Well,
Thank you.
it was till Jeffrey, but he's late. We'll just scoot him in.
Okay. Okay, Joe's over here. Okay.
I always do this, I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
It's because it's where there's a
Right here
chair.
for you. You don't like us.
Would you,
like
I'd
that.
love to come
We don't
down,
have time
yeah.
for chit chat. Sorry.
You're right.
Come on, you're our lawyer.
Okay, rescue squad.
Last time you didn't make a chair.
Susan's
for me.
ready.
Sorry, we really have a lot.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
Okay, well, tonight,
Did you want to do the rescue squad budget presentation again for the village?
yes, what I want to do is first,
Or did you want to approve the agenda first?
I want to approve the agenda first.
Okay, does anybody have any additions to the agenda? I don't. Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
They do have an addition.
Well, read your agenda, please.
Do you have something to add, Jason?
Do you have another copy? I have
Sure,
one.
right here.
Still resent.
Right here. You got it? Sorry,
Sorry, Jason.
Quick as I thought, thank you.
I could have made it into a
We
plain.
do have two matters that require, that are some urgency that we need to take care of. Can you do
So
that?
can't they have a village meeting?
Discuss.
Executive session, maybe we can borrow.
Sure.
Sure, of course you can.
This is done, is that work for you guys?
That's fine.
Okay, so,
We'll send you the relevant stuff.
okay, what we're going to do, what we'll do is we will not adjourn the village portion of the joint town village meeting. You guys can go in, then you can come out and adjourn your meeting.
Joint meeting and.
No, you can't.
And-
So
okay.
we won't adjourn it. You go out, you do your action, we'll do our public hearings, then you can come out and take action publicly to close your meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
We can do that in there publicly. Dean's motion is
To
to approve,
approve the joint agenda.
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
and I'm voting
Aye.
in favor.
Okay, all in favor?
The village board needs to meet.
That's,
Could you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry, dear.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, she would have said it if she could.
okay, we okay? Is everybody okay?
Chris, we're short on mics, huh?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, rescue squad.
Okay, just very quickly before we invite the rescue squad up, part of the reason why we asked to do the, have this joint presentation, and I think you all got a copy of the contract from back in 1999, and I think, did Carol, did you all get a copy of this? Okay, Sally has it, you all have it, I have more copies if anybody needs it.
I do, because I didn't get it.
But we didn't get a copy because Carol didn't have the information that they asked for and that I asked for.
Well, they
How come I
hadn't
didn't
gotten
get
it.
this?
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about that later, but it was
Fine.
sent out. Does anybody else need a copy, or does everybody have one?
Yes, but
Everybody has one?
Ariana, I'm
If anybody in the public wants. What this basically is back in 1999, Mayor Nyquist and myself and the village and town board at the time had agreed to split the cost of the rescue squad in terms of doing it similar to the fire department, where we would do it based on like calls. And so the town took their portion, put it into the B fund, and the village paid for their portion. I guess in 2002, the then supervisor decided to take the town's portion, that should have been in the B fund, and put it into the A fund while the village was still paying for their portion. So rightfully so, the village board at that time decided they were no longer going to pay because they were being double dipped and stuff, and it went back to being paid.
Mayor Duncan.
Yes, and it was under under Supervisor Weiland, so, yes.
No, no.
It was Mayor Duncan and it was Supervisor Weiland.
Then it wasn't.
No, it was Mayor Duncan and Supervisor Hokinson. Thank you.
I don't think it was,
Yes, it was. Yes,
no, just a super,
yes,
anyway,
It was after me, so it would have been 20.
yes.
okay, but it shows here in 200.
I was there.
Okay, it's irrelevant. Thank you very much. Okay,
Mayor
so,
Nyquist and Don Wyland.
well, it wasn't Nyquist, he was, okay, well, whoever it was, it doesn't matter. The point being was that at a certain point, the village made the right decision to not do it because of what the town did. So we're at a point now where the town has been paying for the entire freight of the rescue squad. The rescue squad, at this point, is basically going to do a presentation of why they feel they need for the community to come up with more money. So we felt that it might be a good time to bring us all back together, hear what their needs are, and then we can either discuss it tonight, or we'll see how time goes about how we want to move forward as a town and a village to continue to, whatever. So, go ahead, Jace.
Yeah, just a quick question. And
Sure.
I said this to Lauren on the phone a couple weeks ago. I'm not opposed to discussing anything, but I'm just kind of curious.
You should pass the
This-
mic down.
Oh,
Am
yeah.
I loud enough?
No, take the
I'm
mic.
getting
No.
the video guy. Oh,
Yeah, take
I
the
don't know
mic.
which one. I'm curious, I assume the town board wants to go back to the way we did things before, where the village budget's our portion, the town budget's theirs? Because otherwise, it's, I mean, an interesting conversation, but
Yes.
not one relevant to the joint boards. And if you do you have a proposed contract ready? I mean, how fast do you want to move on
Okay,
this? Before we hear, because otherwise,
Well,
this
actually-
presentation would be really relevant only to the town board.
Well, no, we already had the presentation,
Okay.
and that's okay, and quite frankly, this conversation is independent of the rescue squad, so what had happened was, at the town gal meeting way back, they spoke about the fact that they needed more money. I had requested that they call to get on the joint town-village meeting so we could have the conversation together and the presentation together. Due to time frames and whatever, they were not on that agenda, so I had requested that you guys come here. They did do the presentation to us. We'd like them to do the presentation to you guys, too. Obviously, we have budget decisions we have to make. It might be a bigger conversation, but I at least would like them to present what's going on with their needs and why they feel they need more money and what's happening with them, because I think you guys should know, because we are a community and they serve us, how we decide to handle the conversation about us splitting the money. We could decide afterwards.
Well, thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
And of course, it's useful because
Right.
village taxpayers pay, whether it's in the A fund or
Right.
the
Right.
village fund. So that was my only question, whether this was a courtesy from the town board to let us hear firsthand the increase that would go into the A fund, or whether this is a lead up to a discussion of how we change the funding.
Well, we have-
Understanding that this
Right.
is like inside baseball, right? Like, it doesn't really matter to the taxpayers because they're going to pay either way. It's just a matter of how they pay. So
Well,
that
anyway.
was my question.
So, yes.
And I'm sorry, and I will just break in just because Susan, and again, because I don't want to hear Susan ruin her voice anymore, because straining's the worst thing for it. You're welcome. I did only partial homework. I will apologize to, we were unable to meet during the last couple weeks. I apologize for that. It's been a busy few weeks. You can smile. There you go, much better. And Jason, yes, the discussion is for us to move it over from the A side to the B side, and then the village take their portion of the calls.
Okay.
It's not as much as inside baseball as the way several of us see it on the board, but it's just paying the equitable share of it. We have a tremendous, I was able to look at the budgets, in which they sent out a few days ago to us, and the calls are increasing both, mostly actually in the village, or which is part of the town, I agree to, but it does make a difference to the taxpayers because it will increase the expense onto the village slightly. And so it really is.
That's what I mean by inside baseball. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, what people understand is the A fund is town, including the village.
Yes.
If they understand that, if they pay attention.
Right.
Which you would think would be that we're all paying equitably no matter what. It's just a matter of who manages, who gets the purchase orders and such, right? Now,
I mean, yes,
But
yeah,
all
no,
I'm
I'm with
saying
you.
is that this is an important point before we have the rescue squad give their presentation, is what's the intent of, what's the outcome?
And I
So,
think.
and as
yeah.
you admit that
Yeah.
the village would pay more, are you saying that things the village pays for in the A fund now are not equitable, that we pay less than our fair share?
Is it okay if I interrupt for just one
Actually, you
second?
may.
I'm sorry.
No, you may. I'm
Only-
curious.
No, only because, I'm only asking to interrupt because the conversation of how we want to go with paying for this, if we can't, it's a bigger conversation and stuff, and since we have limited time,
You're
because we
right.
have a
You know what,
public hearing.
Susan, you're absolutely
We have a
right.
public hearing at 7 o'clock for the budget and another one at 7:30 on weight limits, and we have two issues, and the rescue squad's here. So what I'd like to do is let them do the presentation, let them talk about what their needs are, because we do have limited time. Then we could have another meeting where maybe we come to your next village meeting, where we could have a conversation about this on a bigger level.
But we need to make some decisions for our budget.
Yes, but we might be able to do it by next week, but we can talk.
Okay.
But again,
All right,
I really would like
let's
them to
get
do
the
the
rest of the
presentation, and then they don't even have to be here for that conversation, if that's okay with everybody.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, okay.
Thank you, Susan.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Is there no public comment at our joint meeting?
We're having the public comment right after the...
the end.
Yeah, because we didn't want to eat into...
Perfect.
Okay,
It's not on, so I just want to make sure.
Try and pass the mic back and forth.
because we're trying to...
That way the TV world can hear you. So,
Thanks for having us again.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
So basically, I'm just going to give the same spiel I gave them, that we're here to negotiate an increase in the amount of the contract for emergency services between New Paltz Rescue Squad and the town of New Paltz. We haven't had an increase since 2007. The contract is currently $145,956, and that has not changed. For the past 6 years, we've been able to balance that increase in demand for pre-hospital care and the personnel and equipment that we needed to meet that increase. We're finding that we need more and more personnel. We pride ourselves in providing the highest level of pre-hospital care to our residents, visitors, and those just passing through New Paltz. We provide 24/7 paramedic coverage, which is really a great thing for the town and village. In the past year, we added another paramedic on weekends because we were seeing an increase in calls and we needed that double paramedic coverage, which seems to have been working out really well. In 2014, we anticipate the need for 2 paramedics on every shift. So we're looking to hire another full-time paramedic. Unfortunately, all of our medics are paid. We have one paramedic that's still a volunteer, unfortunately. So that's what the increase that we're asking for is to pay for the salary of a full-time medic. So that's the quick version of it.
Lauren, can I ask
Yes,
a question about
absolutely.
the bar chart?
Jason,
bar chart?
can you just use the microphone?
See the bar chart?
Okay, here, Lauren, here you go. There's my color version. There's the color version of it.
Okay.
I'm just curious, and I'm sure it's an easy answer. I mean, you look from 1999 to 2009, and that curve, I'd imagine, is at least just keeping pace with inflation. I mean, so that's not added expenditures, that's just spending more money to pay for the same stuff, you know? But something obviously happened somewhere in 2009 that led to a spike of, going from $100,000 to $40,000 spike, and then held there for 4 years. What was that spike, and do you expect it to continue into the future? Was this getting our operations up to speed and it's going to be that way, or was this a one-time cost we're paying off for a while? Do you know?
From 2009 to 2010, that jump?
Well, yeah, exactly, and then it stays there for 4 years.
Is that when you started to pay medic for the first time?
Well, that's what I think. You had the chief's position, and then you had
Yeah.
that daytime.
So
Paramedic.
paid staff that we didn't have before. Okay,
The
so
full-time, like, that's basically.
that's into the foreseeable future. That's an expense we need.
Well, I think that's when, if I remember correctly, when you asked for paid staff for the first time, and so that's now been in your budget every year since. So that's always going to be a consistent
Okay.
cost.
That was my
And now if we
question.
get the second, if we agree to pay for the second medic, that will be an expense going forward that will be carried for the
Foreseeable future, yeah.
And actually, could you guys just review the amount of paid staff that is required, that, what it does really take to run a 24/7 high-level service? Thank you.
Okay, so does that work? So what you have, you have to have, we have a in-house duty crew, 24/7 at this time. It's still relying on a volunteer to get that paid staff out the door most of the time. And we continue to recruit volunteers and to keep that part of the agency. What we're seeing now is an increase not only in the call volume, but of the calls coming simultaneously. And that's when you really start to have a big problem. And I do have some statistics. Each call takes about, from start to finish, if you're going to transport to a hospital, 2 hours. An hour and a half if it's a very simple call, at least 2 hours start to finish. So that means for 2 hours, you have no one in the town of New Paltz to answer an emergency call. You would rely then on mobile life support to come outside, and we did run some time differences. So the time that if you have somebody in-house at New Paltz Rescue responding to a call in the village or the town and anywhere, it's 5.2 minutes. If we're not there, it almost doubles. It's 11 minutes and that's an average for Mobile Life to respond. So, you're talking about saving lives and you're doubling it. So basically you'd be saying that if that one crew is out at the hospital, we'd still have somebody else who would run that second one, and then that first out crew would then be clearing the hospital and then can respond back into the district. Does that answer the question, Jeff?
I have
More or less?
I have several questions. You're showing 2000, thank you, dear. You're showing 2013 figures. What are you requesting for 2014?
The amount of money?
Yeah,
We asked for a $50,000 increase. That would cover
it's not on your sheet.
oh, sorry.
So it would be 205.
195,957. Correct?
We can forget the 950.
195, 557, Jean?
Well, 145,957 plus 50,000 is
Okay.
195,957.
Okay.
Just to give you a little bit of reference, the town knows, Highland has a contract with Mobile Life to cover their district. They get one ambulance, and I believe it's in the ballpark of probably about $500,000 is what other communities are
Right,
paying.
that was important information.
So,
Right.
Okay, this was,
And I think another important thing is, and just because I'm familiar with Highland, is that we're looking to get for $160,000, we're getting about $1.4 million of coverage. Because in Highland, they're only guaranteed one crew of what's called advanced life support, which is a medic. They don't guarantee basic life support, and we're going to be getting the advanced life support, which actually can make a difference. It's the difference between a medic and someone that can deliver medications, start very important procedures very quickly during a very short window. So the guarantee of the coverage here, I think, is critical, and this is certainly a bargain for...
Have you mentioned that you're a nurse and should all listen to your professional opinion?
Absolutely not. Just as Councilman Berry never mentions he's an attorney, I will not mention that I am in the medical field at
would
all.
you-
I just do know the value of the coverage.
But we consistently mention that Kevin's a
Okay.
lawyer.
I-
Sal, you said you had more
I
questions.
had several questions.
You said you had more
but
questions. than
anyway,
that.
thank you for the answer to the first one. Second question is, do you have a spreadsheet of the calls to the village, the calls to the village, including Woodland Pond, the calls to the village, including the college, and the calls to the thruway, and the calls to the town in general? And could we have that spreadsheet for
Yeah,
all
I can put it in a spreadsheet, which is not my best subject.
This is
But-
beautiful, so
but,
you could do it
yeah,
that way.
I didn't do that.
Do you want to give me the information?
That Village of New Paltz.
And she'll do it, because I can do it. I mean, we do, we do have the statistics, it's just getting them in, I mean, basically, what's that? I mean, I have the numbers, but not in a spreadsheet, that's what I just gave you.
Yeah.
Generally, just
It doesn't-
Okay, all right, so I broke it down into 2011, 2012, 2013, so, you know, I'll start from 2011. There were a total dispatches and that's town and village, 1,950 dispatches. 234 of those went to SUNY, 181 of those went to Woodland Pond, 451 of those went to the village, 736 of those went to the town of New Paltz. Just so you know, when
Oh, you know what?
when we
Right.
when we broke out
50/50.
yeah
2011?
yeah, that's 2011. And when we break out Woodland Pond,
I see
and
that.
they're not included in our village tally. Okay, so just so you realize that.
right.
Then 2012, total 1,967 dispatches. Let's see here, 207 went to SUNY, 188 went to Woodland Pond. Let me see if I'm still in
And
my,
I'm sorry, what year is that?
2012. Oh, I've got them back here.
And I just want to remind everyone that the 188 going to Woodland Pond was supposed to be for a month.
For a
So
month,
it should have
right.
been, if my math is correct, is that 48?
48.
Yeah,
Okay, so it was supposed to be 48 according to Woodland Ponds and
Pilot.
right.
Pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes, of which they're supposed to buy us a new ambulance, but they're only going to give us $150,000,
In
which will, in
2015.
2015, which will buy us 50%, 66% of an ambulance.
We're shopping now, so we're going to do the best we can.
That was also signed in 2006.
I agree. No, no.
And in 2012, so 690 calls went to the town of New Paltz, 369 went to the village of New Paltz. So the
369.
369.
And then 690 for the town.
Then, so 2013, year-to-date, so when I did this report, it ended October 21st. We were already up to 1,803 calls total, dispatches, I should say. Sorry. Let me get all my numbers here. To Woodland Pond, 213. Yeah, it's SUNY, 196. The Village, 314, and the town, 724.
We keep going down.
Yeah, village is getting healthy.
No, we're all going to Woodland Pond.
And
Now,
It's actually 723 to 724,
We're
so...
pretty much equal, it's just
Yeah,
that
when
the
you
shape
add it
break up city and the
together.
village.
And I will act as a health professional here. Flu season is coming, so Woodland Ponds will be.
it's important for us to note and for people to understand too, because what is often brought up is, well, you bill, and yes, in fact, we bill, but we also go to calls that we do not transport, and in those numbers, if you look at some of these calls, just this year alone, 2013, to SUNY New Paltz, we went 196 times, and 75 times the patient refused transport. 5 times we never found a patient, and 1 was a standby when they had a hazmat issue. So 81 times we went, we didn't transport, and therefore, again, you don't have a backup crew at that time for another call in the district. So we're seeing an increase in that as well, in these kind of calls that we're not transporting.
Oh, I was going to say, I have a question.
But Sally didn't just let Sally finish her.
thank you, dear.
I do have another.
My last question is, does SUNY contribute?
They
Do you have a contract with SUNY?
We have a contract for gas with SUNY, which, do you want to answer to that one, Lauren?
It's about
Okay.
$8,000, right?
Yeah, they give
About
us,
$8,000 worth of gas.
right, but,
About
We
8,000.
go over by about $8,000, so we pay them $8,000.
yeah, so we end up paying.
So we're asking for a little bit of an increase from them to
So you're
Which is at state bid.
expending more
State bid price.
than you're getting, and there is no contract with SUNY for your services.
Well, not for our services, but they do pay, as we said, for a certain amount of gas. After that amount is hit, then we have to pay the overage, which we've had to, and we
So
are,
$1,000 is their contribution period at the end.
no, 8,000.
No,
Eight.
We tend to go over by about $8,000.
They were at 196
If they'll give us a little more
Mm-hmm.
for 114.
Wait a second. Are you clarifying what Sally said, or because Ariana was next? Okay.
I have a follow-up question now that she asked about the contract with SUNY. Is there any proposal with them or a chance to change the contract where the calls that, sort of somebody isn't transported, where they end up contributing to those calls? I don't know if the contract has a, an end date.
Yeah, we haven't had that discussion with them.
So it seems like it's a worthwhile conversation if...
Bill for refusal of medical attention.
Right.
For an RMA, we call it an RMA. That's what
Right.
we're talking about. You can't bill for that.
Well, but I'm saying, what about in terms of SUNY contributing? Is there no way that they could help contribute to that if their students are on campus and they are refusing transport? Because I also know, I was a student and I was an RA, and if I hear somebody throwing up in the bathroom, for instance, I have to call no matter what, whether or not, and that's a campus policy. So if the campus policy is such that I have to call you, for instance, shouldn't I, I'm not asking the student whether or not they want to be transported, I'm just calling anyway. So shouldn't that be something that is weaved into the SUNY contract as well? Because it's not like, I'm saying, please call an ambulance for me, and then refusing service.
Yeah, we can certainly have that conversation. We haven't up to this date.
Yeah. I just thought of it based on what Sally was saying, but
That's a conversation that should be held.
But my actual original question was totally separate. For mobile life support, say somebody refuses transport, or even if they do take transport, do we end up paying for that as well, or is that completely separate?
No, you don't. If we have what's called a mutual aid agreement, that if we're not not available, they get dispatched. Now, if they're not available, then you go to the next in line, which may be TransCare coming possibly from Poughkeepsie or even Newburgh.
Oh, wow.
So this is how emergency services work, and again, our intention is that we want to be the ones who provide to the
Right,
village
right.
of New Paltz. We're here, and so,
Yeah.
but no, they have the same thing. The only time that you can possibly bill for an RMA is if you actually do something. It's often with people who are diabetic, where we will give them dextrose, they wake up, and they feel better, and they don't want to go to the hospital. And then we
Okay.
can bill, we don't necessarily get paid, the insurance doesn't always want to do
Right.
that.
So if Mobile Life comes and does not transport somebody, who pays that bill?
Nobody.
Nobody. Oh, okay, all right. I was thinking it would be
What?
added in.
We do as a community. We-
Yes, you,
Oh,
yes.
that's what my
There is a
question was.
charge. It's-
Right, okay,
it's
yeah.
Our community.
Because that is added incentive for us to provide you with the resources needed if we as a community have to pay anyway for somebody outside the community to come, if we only had one paramedic on duty, for instance, versus two.
Am I missing?
No, you're.
You guys are answering the question. You're asking what I'm asking.
Point, I think, to this.
I think there's 2 points here. I think one of the points that you were discussing, maybe the answer that you got was, it's a cost that we absorb as part of the delivery of services if you don't bill for that call. There's still the expenditure
Yes.
of time, personnel, et
Right.
cetera.
That's what
There's
I'm
no
talking
So
about.
ultimately, there is a cost which is absorbed by us.
Right, it's not billable to an individual. That's exactly what I'm asking, as a
There
community.
are other
where-
cases, though, where you guys actually have to pay Mobile Life to respond,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, I have another question on
Okay.
that. So you,
No, that's my question.
Yeah,
so
that was my
you
question.
have a contract with them where you pay them if they have to back you up.
Yes, so.
Now, do you then do the billing for that? Who bills that call?
Mobile Life bills that call. If
Okay.
they come to you for a call. If they respond, we can't get to you, they
Right.
come to you, they bill you for the call. You take care of that between you and Mobile Life, your insurance company, however you pay that. And we pay them, I believe it's $365.
Okay, so what you're trying to do by hiring this additional person is eliminate the 360
Yes.
and capture the insurance reimbursement.
Yes.
Okay, which is a good policy decision.
Yes.
I like that. The other point I want to make is, if you, what's your annual budget, about 900,000?
This year it's 920.
Okay, so if you take 900,000 and divide it by 2,000 calls a year, it's approximately $450 per call. So you start getting into these numbers. If you look at the 213 from Woodland Ponds, that's $95,850 in expense. And for the college, it's $88,200 in expense. So we're absorbing the cost on the point you made, and we're absorbing all these costs as well. And I think it's time for maybe a subcommittee to be appointed, and I'll volunteer, to sit down with the two of you and the college and Woodland Pond and start talking about this.
I think that's a great idea.
For next year, not
I'll
necessarily this
volunteer.
year. Okay?
That's a great idea, Kevin.
And I think,
Because one of the things I was going to say, but I was waiting, was when you told me about the gas, because I'm looking at this sheet that says free fuel, no, okay? But you are getting fuel, although not enough. Clearly, the compensation from SUNY is not enough to manage the size of your contractual obligations to them. So that, if examined, could be improved upon if you can get it out of them. And on the other side of it, Woodland Pond as well. Otherwise, and if you could improve upon that SUNY contract, then SUNY could be pulled out of the village's numbers, because you're getting some kind of compensation out of it. I
and
think-
I'd like to volunteer to serve with Councilman Barry.
You mentioned legal again.
And
I'm
I'll
sorry,
serve with
that was a slip.
Ariana.
And again, because I think it's important for everyone to understand that Woodland Pond is getting $1.4 million of coverage for $150,000. I mean, that's pretty substantial, and I think we do need to look at and again, Jason has a very valid point. That was signed back in 2006, I believe.
They're not paying anything.
Well, no, they will be paying, they'll be giving us $150,000 in a few years, but they're going, by that
This
time.
year.
They give us $10,000.
Right.
Yes.
But they'll be getting about $1.4 million in coverage.
Okay,
So,
because we have to sort of, oh, Erin, did you have
No,
something?
no.
Okay, just very quickly, if you could also just clarify again with SUNY, that, because I think this is important for everybody to know, that if they get a call to their medical center, they have to call you?
The way that...
Can you explain the way it works? Since this is really
And
important for you to
I spoke
understand, too.
Because we actually, we didn't know that this was policy. We just knew we were going a lot. And then we found out that the SUNY PD said, well, we have to call you. So I made 2 phone calls, one to the Chief Dugatkin, and then one to the head of Residence Life. So the head of Residence Life said, if a student has an injury, and I said, is it everything from a paper cut to a head injury, something very traumatic, they are told to call 911 or SUNY Police.
Right.
Now, if 911 is called, it goes to SUNY Police regardless. SUNY Police was told if they are dispatched, to call rescue. So either way,
You're
we're
being
involved.
called
all the time.
Yeah.
We're called. The
Yeah.
only time we're not
is.
called
Yes.
is if they go, and the other thing that's important is their health center is only open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
So, I mean, it's just, I think it's important for everybody to understand that, in a sense, our rescue squad is there, you know, they're there to put Band-Aids on people
Because of the policy.
because of the policy. And I think that's really important to understand.
I wonder what the Park Point policy will be.
We're on the same page.
we're with you,
Okay.
Ariana. We're with you, we're on your
She's a troublemaker.
We're paying for 422 calls, that's all.
I think we have to start the public hearing.
Well, we have to figure this
Not that
out.
I want to
Yeah,
interrupt
but-
any of
Yes.
this work, but
So,
if you want to
okay.
wait until it's over, but 7 o'clock we're scheduled for the...
I know, we still have a quick thing we have
Do
to
the
talk
boards
about.
agree with the idea of a subcommittee working with Lauren and?
I mean, obviously, there's still a question from them respectful of their
This
budget,
budget
this
year.
budget this
Yeah.
year, which we can talk about a little bit later, if maybe we can come to your next board meeting or how we want to handle it, whatever. But it was important to get them in, important for this conversation to happen. I think the conversation as a whole with rescue, police, fire, in terms of all of the not-for-profit entities paying their fair share, is a conversation that has to happen here locally and at the state level. But we do have to sort of wrap this
Right,
portion
but
up.
I know you're in the budget cycle. Question, can the town put the requests that they are making in the budget? If we can get more money from other sources, or the village may agree, but can we then assure them of coverage, and we will among ourselves find ways to get more money, and it will be paid back then?
We're already down quite a bit of money in the budget we adopted. I'd much prefer to have the follow-up conversation about whether you want to change things come from a draft IMA from the town attorney that we can discuss in due time. But we're $43,000 down on the parking, we're $26,000 down on the controller, and the only revenue that we brought in is the 10 grand or so for the park. So we
You've
don't
missed my
have a lot
point.
We don't have a lot of leeway in this fiscal
But you've
year,
missed my point,
possibly.
and it doesn't involve the village budget
Okay, good, that's what I get.
at the moment. It might, but at the moment it doesn't. All I'm asking is if the town board can see the rescue squad through to meet their budget
The extra
requests.
$50,000.
supposed to be revenue.
Leave it in the A fund until we, they can switch it over, until we can come up with a way of getting extra money, which will be then revenue in to offset your,
I mean, if you're asking for a straw vote, I mean, I'm going to vote, as a straw vote, I will say yes. Let me see what Jean or Susan say.
I was about to say, so actually,
Yeah.
okay, well, it doesn't matter. The point is that we are going to have to discuss it because we actually do have a public hearing on our budget tonight. We have to adopt our budget on the 21st, so we're going to have to discuss that, what happened with the library vote, a couple of other things. So we have budget things to discuss, so we will discuss that. And I don't think that this board is going to deny them. So, but, you know, we'll make that decision. We can't make that discussion will be when we go later on tonight about the budget. But it was important to get them in, get the conversation going, have us talk about where we go from here, which is why we wanted you here. whether we want to come back to you before we close on our budget or not, that's, we
Right.
can talk
But I
about that
don't
later,
want-
but yes.
I don't want to leave them in the lurch
I don't
at
think
the
they,
moment.
I don't think they're
We're not
too
gonna
worried.
alert.
The other thing I would ask,
She's not worried, she might be.
if people approve of the idea of a subcommittee like we've done in the past, of the two of us and the two of you, if people agree with that, then we can deal with the question of a comptroller's opinion on this matter, because there was a comptroller's opinion regarding it being in the A fund and splitting, and so we need to also review that.
That, the only thing, real quick with that, but we don't have to get into it.
No, we
The
don't have to
problem-
do it tonight.
No, it can be, the reason why we were able to enter into the contract in the first place was based on state law and the controller's opinion. We can do a contract, but we had to keep it, we have to have ours in the B fund.
That's correct.
And that we all know. And when it was moved to the A fund, it was totally inappropriate, and the village board made the right decision to say, we're not funding this anymore, because it was totally inappropriate. But we have people who do things appropriately right now, so that's not a problem. So anyway, with that, I'd like to thank you very much for coming out again tonight, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so I just have to,
And I promise,
Send
no one will
the
call you
budget
from
to our
town hall
clerk
tonight.
and to the village clerk.
you can't promise that. I just have to really quickly, Rosanna,
that to both
the 7 o'clock
clerks, so
public
the
hearing
whole
was the budget?
Yes.
Okay, first, let me just ask a question. Is anybody here for the budget? Dave Lind? Okay. And Jason, you want to speak? Okay.
Both the clerks, so
Can we
town clerk
legally-
to...
Legally, you have to have a budget hearing on the budget.
But I mean,
You can
No,
start it
that's why I wanted to know if we could do like
before
another,
7
if we
o'clock,
can,
you can start it after.
well, that's what I'm asking, if we can start like at 10, you know, if we can,
You know what, you can open it and do a continuation of the
well, what I want to, well, if right now, if it's just Jason and it's just Dave Lind and nobody else, we could open it, close it really quickly, or we could wait to do the IMA portion, then open the public hearing for that. So I wanted to just find out which was the best way to go.
Okay.
I know, 7:30. I understand that, we have plenty of time.
The other possibility,
Which one?
No, but-
Which one? Say
Okay,
Susan, the other
what-
possibility is the village can
Here, somewhere.
recuse itself from the meeting, go have our meeting,
Nothing going
and
down.
come back, and maybe you'll be
Okay,
done.
okay, well, we have a, well, how long can you stay?
I can stay until 8:15 at the latest, and that's
Okay.
going to make me late for what I'll be late for.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this, since there seems to be only 2 people here to speak on the budget, and then we can't start our next public hearing until 7:30, we can open up the budget public hearing, have the 2 comments, close it, start to talk about the second portion, then we can at 7:30 do ours, and you can go do. Is that okay with everybody?
Sounds good.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, I'd like a motion to open up the public hearing on behalf of the 2014 town budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay, anybody who would like to speak on the budget, please go up to the microphone, state your name, and give your comments. So Dave, why don't you come up first, and then Jason, and then anybody else who wants to comment.
Are you sick as a dog or just allergic? Because I need to know. Then maybe I need to
It's
look.
not contagious, but
Keep your back turned.
I did go to the doctor today. It's viral, not bacterial.
I'm having surgery.
I should follow along what some of my questions and concerns are.
Yes, Kitty, you want one?
She's got one, yeah.
First, I want to congratulate the winners of the election tomorrow and wish you that you have a prosperous and enjoyable term.
Doesn't mean happy.
And any,
Say happy.
please do understand that these questions are not a criticism, but is needed for clarification and information for me and for other taxpayers. The first item that I had a question about was the line item D4DDDAA 522-501-100, which is the superintendent of highways, which shows salaries. It's the salary line of the superintendent of highways in the DAA budget. The total of that line, and this is the tentative budget, was $74,945,000. I received reports in the newspaper that a proposed salary of this position is anywhere from $43,000 to $62,000, and I just don't understand why that figure in there and the figure is in the budget at $74,945. Now, it's a possibility and I hope this is so, but if by chance this line item includes the secretary, I believe this salary should be in the highway outside of the town budget, as any other employee of the highway department is in that budget or in where they work. And I don't think it should be a town-wide cost for the secretary of the highway superintendent. Do you want me to go through these individually, or you want to comment as we go through?
We're not commenting, it's a public hearing, so you just,
All right, I'll go through the rest of them then. Okay, fine, all right. It's reported that the proposed salary of the supervisor for 2014 is slightly over $50,000. In some previous budgets, and I don't believe this does not happen under Susan's administration, but I just want to clarify to be sure. In previous New Paltz budgets for this supervisor, there has been hidden salaries in the social services line and in the budget line as chief budget officer. And I'd just like to have the assurance that the $50K is the only proposed remuneration for the supervisor in 2014. I looked at the proposed budgets for all the stormwater districts, and the only costs are subcontracted expenses. Is this correct? It seems to me that there must be some administration for bidding and management of these contracts, and this should be identified and be reimbursed the appropriate funds and included in the stormwater district cost, not just hidden in the costs of to the rest of the taxpayers. This is amazing, and I really don't understand this one at all. Water District number 1 is the only water and sewer district that has proposed administration expenses, and that expenses is $8,316. I would think that the rest of the water and sewer districts would have administrative expense, and it should be spread across the rest of the districts.
That's it.
Back to the A fund in purchasing, 4AA 1345-400. There's a budget of $14,939, and this is supposedly services, because that's the services that we're purchasing. And that kind of confused me. I don't know what purchasing services we would be supplying, and I would appreciate knowing that. There's recently been several significant news items that potentially could have significant budget impacts. There are questions of where we will get our water in 2016, and desired zoning changes. There appears to be no projected cost impacts for this activity in this budget. If you assure me they are, I'll be happy. And then I think the final item, which I think is the most significant to the taxpayers of this community. At the end of 2012, the A fund-wide budget had an equity fund balance of over $2.4 million, and only a little over $200K was applied to the 2013 budget. I assume the town expenditures in 2013 are in line with the budget. I also understand that recent information from the New York State Controller indicates that the retirement pay this year may be over $500K less for the town of New Paltz. If this is the case, the year-end 2013 A fund equity will be in the range of $3 million, which is over 40% of the total 2014 budget, and which is 4 times the recommended amount by the New York State Controller, and the tentative budget only uses $500K. This will make it very difficult to deny significant wage increases during contract negotiations, especially if they go to an arbitrator. It will also difficult to deny worthy, but not necessarily required propositions or proposals brought by residents of the community. Also, the town will be criticized in the town audit report, and I think it would be held against the town in any grant applications to have such a surplus. Why give them money when they have $2.5 million surplus? The proposed 4.4% tax reduction will mean little, if anything, to most property owners, since the appraised tax value of the town has also decreased. I strongly recommend that the 2014 budget use $1.5 million from the surplus. This will leave surplus still 50% above the recommended level. It will provide a meaningful tax reduction, bring the surplus down only slightly lower than it was at the end of 2011, provide an impetus to town growth, and for more interest for people interested in buying their homes, and therefore maintain the cost of houses and maintain the appraised value in this community. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're not going to answer these questions since there's a public hearing. We can discuss them later. If not, we'll definitely get the response to you by November 21st when we adopt the budget, and we can answer these in public. But I can assure you there is appropriated and unappropriated fund balance, and half of what you're talking about is appropriated fund balance. The unappropriated fund balance is much less than this, and everything that we've done in this budget is absolutely within accordance with the Controller's Office, but it will be explained to you in writing. Thank you very much. Jason?
Is there going to be another public hearing on the budget?
It depends on what we do tonight.
This could be the last.
It might not be. We haven't had a lot of time to talk about the budget, so we're going to make, can you,
We'll be writing a memo to the board.
Jason, can you go up and use the mic?
We're writing a memo to the board, the details, we've been looking at the budget. I'm a little bit confused, and I know that, unlike the village board, the town board doesn't answer questions from the public. But I'm perplexed by how almost all of these numbers were created. Let me find a few random examples. Just so you and the public know, the way that I do budgets, and Gene taught me how, frankly. You look at what you spent last year, the year before, or unless it's going to be a weird one-time cost, you pretty much adjust it to give yourself a little bit of buffer. What I see are strangely precise numbers. For example, let me find one. Independent auditing, accounting, contractual, line A522-1320. 2013 adopted $18,000. As of October 13th, the town has spent half that at $9,534, yet has budgeted another $18,000. And so these things go throughout the town budget. I do recognize, to be fair, that not everything is billed quarterly or monthly or whatnot, and that some things come in at the end of the fiscal year. But that doesn't explain all of them, and it's the strange dollar figures that that perplex me. Let me see. I found another one here. I mean, they're all through here, but I'm trying to find one that's not in a special district. All right, the recreation, the totals, subtotals for line A5227310. In 2013, $145,570 was budgeted. As of right now, as of October 13th, $105,000 has been spent. I assume that there's not going to be much more recreation in the coming 2 months, and yet we budgeted $144,500 again, which is $40,000 more than it seems we need. And if you go through the budget, in every line and every fund, you'll see the same. And maybe this is just me, but when I write a budget, it's just round numbers. You get it down to within 500 or 1,000 of what you need, depending on the scale of what you're dealing with. I'm fairly sure that if you actually went through this and carved it down to the proposed numbers being actually what the town is spending, rather than what's in the supervisor's budget, you'd be looking at even more of a significant tax decrease for town residents and village residents alike. As I said, I'll have a more detailed letter to be submitted to the town in the next week that gives a few examples in line by line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have anything else to say? Go ahead. We saved how much money?
I have a few comments. One is sort of to kind of pick up from something that Jason was just saying, that I find in general, it seems like the budgeting is very heavy toward looking at prior budgets when actuals are far more important. And what you see in other towns, and you can examine the town of Ulster and the town of Saugerties, for instance, they have laid out in their budget several years of actuals. And that creates an emphasis on budgeting, not looking, here we have budgets that look at the prior budget and then the year-to-date of the year you're in, and now you're constructing the tentative and preliminary and eventually adopted budget based on that. Now, you may look at other stuff, but as for the public, that's what we're seeing. You may look at actuals, but I feel like the ability for the public to see what's going on is muted. You basically have to have a lot of sheets to see where these numbers are coming from. And I fear that actually in the budget process, you're looking far more at what was budgeted in the prior year than what was actual and the trend over several years. So I would like to see a move to a budget structure that is similar to one of those towns that I mentioned, and also a far more detail in terms of a lot of these lines. And as well, all salaries really should be presented in either in the budget itself or in an appendix. Now, specifically, I had a question, several questions, but of the supervisor that I got a response from last month. The most significant was in terms of the police and fire retirement line, which the question I asked was that the 2013 budget had $610,000 but budgeted for the A Fund, police and fire. And now in the 2014 budget, what shows up is $162,835. So, and what the information that is that the expenses up through September 10th for 2013, only $141,900 has been expensed yet. Now, maybe there's a bill at the end, but in any case, I asked Supervisor Zimmer about this, and she gave me a response that said that we received the police and general state fund retirement projections from the state. I called to confirm the numbers as I too was shocked at the decrease and did not want to get hit with an unanticipated expense we did not properly budget for. The state researched, and the reason for the large decrease in the police budget was back in 2011. Prior to my taking office, the town had to pay $800,000, I believe that's the number there. There's a zero missing at the end, but in back costs for a settlement for the police that encompassed many years. And additionally, we had many senior police officers retired that are very well benefited tiers. The new officers have a much less generous tier system for retirement, therefore costing the town taxpayers less money. Okay, so one, a major change like that should be narrated in the budget, in an appendix, so that it becomes a document that the public and the board members can look at and understand, all inclusive. Now, not every detail needs to be in there, but a major change like that, some development, that should have a narration. That's a document that informs the public. Now, it seems to me that on a number basis, there's a great deal of savings that is going to take place in 2013 from that 610,000 down to whatever it's going to be. And then we're going to pay a lot less for that expense in 2014. That alone is a substantial amount of what's being talked about in terms of returning money to the taxpayers. In addition, as Dave Lent already brought up, the town is sitting on a very ample, substantial fund balance, far more than it needs to be, I believe. So the proposed tax benefit, I concur with Dave Lent, seems like it's a small amount of what would be appropriate. Now, another point is the 2014 budget has $400,000 in contingency costs. That's an increase from $180,000 in 2013 and $150,000 in 2012. Whatever that's, in fact, the supervisor did give me some explanation of what that might have to do with. Concern about some negotiation results, negotiated raises that may have, let's see, serious safety issues with the court building and the town hall. Well, to me, then that should be spelled out. Put it in the budget, not in a contingency line, which is basically hiding those funds. So if you expect it, put it in and narrate it. I can go on about other expenses that should be broken out and better narrated, but I'm going to stop there and just...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else like to speak before we close the public hearing?
No, I don't think we're going to close that.
I don't know.
Oh.
I want to know if there's anybody who wants to speak before we make a decision what we want to do. Anybody? Okay, because we have another public hearing. If people would like to stay after we have the second public hearing and do this, we are going to be doing the budget, and we'll be talking about a lot of these, and I can assure everybody that the budget was a very sound budget, that a lot of the questions that were brought up tonight can be answered very accurately, and to assure everybody, we're going to be talking about the budget after we get done tonight with what we're doing with you, and our next public hearing, and then the rest of the night's budget. And I can also assure you, Jason, that Jean has looked at every single solitary number, but we'll talk about that later. So, anyway, Jean's never wrong. Okay, thank you. She said, you said she taught you your budget. So, but we'll be more than happy. Jean has planning on answering all the questions, so stay to hear Jean answer. So anyway, with that, would the board like to keep the public hearing open on the budget, or would you like to close the public hearing?
If I say yes, do you know which one I'm saying yes to?
Yes, you're saying yes to closing the public hearing?
I'd like to say yes to, I'd like to keep it open.
Okay, fine.
I'm fine with keeping it open.
Okay, then we'll just have to figure out when we're going to, but we'll do that later. Okay, go ahead, Jean.
All right. Then I should inform everyone, including the village, because I won't be around for your joint meetings. I am having foot surgery on Friday, and I will be down and out for probably a month, and I don't know when I'll be back. Budget, joint meetings, comprehensive plans, whatever. I'm just letting you all know.
Okay, so that makes me feel like we should try to answer some of these questions tonight.
Well, why don't we do this? We're just going to keep, let's do it this way. We'll keep the public hearing open for now. We can make a decision later how we want to do it. So,
Or we hold meetings at the Galucci household.
right? Okay,
I'm good with either.
so let's just, for purposes, I'd like just a motion for the moment to keep the public hearing open.
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Okay, how many people are here to speak on the weight limits? Okay, I don't think it'll be that long. So I need to make a motion to open the public hearing on, okay,
On weight limits.
on the purpose of weight limits for Waring, Lent, and Old Mill Drive. Okay, so motion?
Yeah, that's what
Okay. All in favor? Okay, why don't, guys, why don't you go into, you want to go do your thing in my office
I mean,
while,
wait a minute, half of these people are their constituents, right?
you want them to hear?
There's the
Okay,
IMA,
guys, you know what?
the one page.
Kitty had said since all the people here are from Woodland Pond, and they are your constituents, she asked that you might stay and listen to them.
You just might be interested in, I mean,
Okay?
this is a classic example of town, village.
But I just want to be very clear, Kitty. The Waring Road problem, we have not been consulted on, and we have no say on.
Absolutely. Right, but the Woodland, we meet at Woodland Pond, so, right, and Gadsden Way.
Okay, yes, Everett, real quick. What road? It's, if you come up Henry Du Bois, if you go right across from Meadowbrook, you make a right up to Lent Drive, and you go up there and Waring Lane, Lent Drive, and Old Mill, or all right around there. And then there's George Danskin Way that gets you into Woodland Pond through Lent. Okay?
Responsible for that, Kevin? They still...
No, we dedicated the road. Now what we're just trying to do is a public hearing so we can establish weight limits and truck traffic. So if we have a public hearing, we close it, and we adopt it tonight, tomorrow Chris can go out and post signs. Okay, so with that, public input? I'm sorry, what?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Public input, anybody like to speak? Okay, Bill.
Slower so we can hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Susan's talking too fast?
What would you like me to say over again? I was explaining to,
We should let Kevin read.
Go ahead, Kevin.
It's just, I'm sorry to do this to you, but he has no voice left.
Go ahead, you can do it.
We're having a public hearing. First of all, have we done our determination of non-significance?
we're doing,
I don't have one.
Well, we got it.
do we do the public hearing first, Kitty? Kitty, we have to do the public hearing first.
I know, but I think we should have done, I don't know in what order we do the determination of non-significance. After? Okay. So I will read the actual law that we're considering tonight.
Still can't hear you.
Sorry. Okay, I'm not good at multitasking. I'll try to do better. I can't get there from here. Okay, we are considering amending Chapter 132 weight limits in the code of the town of New Paltz to exclude trucks, tractors, tractor-trailers, and other motor vehicles in excess of the maximum gross weight limit of 5,000 pounds from the town highways known as Old Mill Road, Lent Drive, and Waring Lane. That's what we're having a public hearing on. And that's what we would like to hear you give us your feedback on.
So, would anybody like to speak in public hearing? Okay, Everett first, Bill, Michael Zeller. Please go up to the microphone.
How can you possibly put a weight limit on a road of 5,000 pounds when my pickup truck weighs more than that? This is ridiculous. The weight is entirely wrong.
Just so you understand, it doesn't stop, if you're going to do commerce, it doesn't stop commerce. It's really for no-through truck, so trucks of those that size, go ahead.
No through truck traffic, but it will not prevent the delivery or pickup of merchandise or other property along the highways from which such vehicles are excluded.
What about if I was going back and pick up my girlfriend?
Just let it.
So, you know, said this is entirely wrong.
I would say you could pick up your girlfriend.
But don't bring your
She
wife.
lived there.
She weighs a lot.
Dirty mind.
I think it would also depend if you were planning on bringing her through.
It was a one-way trip. It's fine, absolutely, yeah.
Don't encourage.
Bill, Everett, sit down.
Yeah, but these ladies, if I was gonna put a lawnmower back in my truck, I couldn't come through here.
Your girlfriend, you can take your lawnmower, you can't.
Huh?
Your girlfriend, you can take your lawnmower, you can't.
Oh, jeez.
No, she's on the back of the pickup truck.
These are standard
moment
laws in
of
New York. These are
brevity.
standard highway laws in New York State. Anyone else have any other comments? These are standard New York State laws.
Not when in private roads.
Absolutely not. You're wrong. Thank you.
This is a town road. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. On a more serious note, I am very much in favor of these weight limit restrictions. I think it's a reasonable accommodation to the people on those roads in question. Also, it has minimal impact on Woodland Pond proper. All of our large vehicles that come in generally go to our loading dock in the north. So it has little impact on us, but we appreciate the efforts of the town board to accommodate their concerns, and we thank them.
Thank you. Michael, I think you wanted to speak.
Everett did bring up the point, without knowing the whole law, 5,000 pounds would be ridiculously low. So could you just read again, Kitty, what it says in particular about the weight limit? Thanks.
I can't get, there we go, okay. To amend Chapter 132 weight limits to the Code of the Town of New Paltz to exclude trucks, tractors, tractor-trailers, and other motor vehicles in excess of the maximum gross weight limit of 5,000 pounds from the town highways known as Old Mill Road, Lent Drive, and Waring Lane, and then it goes on about we have to designate ourselves lead agency.
Okay, so that's different from what Jean said. There's nothing that you read that indicates exceptions for that for...
But they're just...
Reading the law.
No, I know. Well, that's why I asked her to read the law.
But-
I didn't ask her for part of the law. I want to know the whole law so that I can decide whether
Okay.
I can sit down or address the point. Because if...
Trucks, tractors, tractor-trailer combinations, tractor, semi-trailer combinations, or tractor-trailer, semi-trailer combinations, and other motor vehicles having a gross weight of 5,000 pounds are hereby excluded from the town highways described in the following schedule. Then, and it includes Old Mill, Waring Lane, Lent Drive, specific locations, and then section 132-2 is the exemption that I stated, and then it goes into the penalties.
And what is the exemption you stated?
The above exclusions shall not be construed to prevent the delivery or pickup of merchandise or other property along the highways from which such vehicles are excluded.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay.
If you'd like to speak.
And also, I didn't know, maybe if Chris could speak on this, 5 tons is a standard amount, just so everyone knows, for state limits on roads. And maybe we have a few attorneys here, they could speak on interstate commerce, and that you cannot block. So any deliveries, anything that involves delivering fuel oil, picking up children on a school bus, delivering products to someone within that residential neighborhood would be able to get that delivery. If you ordered furniture from a furniture store, it would be more than able to be delivered, but you would not be able to have through traffic. So you would not be able to take a food delivery from, and I'm not pointing at one company, but just for example, we all see Cisco trucks. A Cisco truck could not then use those as a cut-through road to then go to an adjoining property. Any interstate commerce, and again, we have 2 attorneys here that can speak on it, but just so everyone knows, 5 tons is a standard limit. This is in all the...
This isn't 5
It's not-
I apologize.
It's 5,000 pounds.
2.5 tons, I
It's
apologize.
5,000 pounds.
Thank you.
He admits it.
I apologize. 5,000 pounds is a very standard amount.
Jeff has made
So
his
my
annual
comment,
mistake. He
Yeah.
made it late in the year at this time.
Yes, it's
It only happens once a
November
year.
4th, yes.
My comment is that I think there's no reason there shouldn't be a weight limit, but the weight limit is way too low. My pickup truck that I just had to get rid of, and I'm still upset about that, so please don't bring it up.
Just had to put it down.
Getting over it emotionally.
A 1994 Ford 4x4 pickup. It's one of the smaller pickup trucks. 2450 was the weight, which meant that if I had a trailer for like the landscaping business, I couldn't go through that. A Ford F350 was going to weigh more than 5,000 pounds, especially loaded. Especially ladder racks, ladders, equipment, tools, materials. Are no contractors allowed to live in this neighborhood?
No, they are allowed to.
It's not a bad idea, but reconsider the low threshold, because people are going to get caught in it. You know, whether or not you think personally they won't or will. You know, consider if you don't want the Sodexo tractor trailers rolling through, that's fine. You just raise the weight limit above what a residential vehicle would be and below what a large commercial vehicle would be. That's all I'm saying. Is keep an eye on what the actual weight is of some of the contractors in the community, some of the trucks they drive, and the trailers they haul, and make sure you're not catching that in the net, along with the folks you actually want to ban.
Jason, what weight limit would you recommend then?
You know, I wish I knew how much a tractor trailer weighed. I just know what a couple of the lower end trucks weigh. And I know 80,000 pounds, big tractor trailers. I mean, Chris would know better than I about what the size of, I'm thinking of our DPW fleet too, and obviously it's exempted, but the size of the trucks.
Okay, we will let,
Driving them privately might trigger this law.
okay, we'll let Chris speak to the law in a minute, but again, this doesn't prohibit anybody who lives in the neighborhood from having trucks that weigh more than this. This is to prohibit,
Say that?
It's through traffic.
because,
It doesn't say that.
because it's no,
If you're, and if you're going to a job in any of those areas,
it's now, it's a town road now, and the purpose of us doing this is to assure the safety for the residents on Lent, Waring, and Old Mill who have been imposed upon from their perspective once Woodland Pond got built with the density, and the fact that George Danskin Way is now completed and it's now a town road and the gate is coming down. It's a way to assure the safety of the residents at Old Mill, Lent, and Waring, that this will not be used as a cut-through for people to go from Henry Du Bois, all these trucks to go from Henry Du Bois and cut through Woodland Pond to get back out by North Putt, which has happened before the gate went up. And so what we've been trying to do over the period of the past 18 months is figure out how we could have Woodland Pond with its high density, because it's in the village, and a town residential neighborhood live together side by side and put in the best restrictions that we can to make it as safe as possible for everybody. And this is the recommendation of our highway superintendent, I'm sorry, in terms of what we should be doing to try the best that we can to help basically bring peace to a neighborhood that's really going through a lot of difficulty. And again, it does not preclude anybody, which, again, no, it doesn't preclude, though, again, it doesn't preclude anybody who lives in that neighborhood who has a gas truck and they do gas delivery, who's got a truck that's going to be loaded, they can come and back. It's really to stop people from using it as a cut-through and whatever. But what I'd like to do is ask, sure, go ahead.
I know, relax.
It's okay.
Your goal is noble, and it's no secret why this is being done, and that's fine. The comments here, and I would ask that the board not be defensive about them, but listen to them. These are legitimate comments that are being raised, and I think an attorney would point out to you, some of the things you're saying, it doesn't say. It doesn't say anywhere in what I was just read, and I asked for the entirety of it to be read for that purpose. Nowhere does it say that if you own a truck that delivers fuel oil and you park it in your driveway, are you allowed to go and park it and leave it there? It said, practical common sense would say you should be able to do that, but the point is your law doesn't allow you to do that. And all we're saying, the people here, is please take another look at your law. Don't jump down our throats and say we're doing that. We're here in a public hearing in order to inform you and give you information that you may have missed. As somebody who has sat at that table for 5 years in in a different municipality, that is in the village, I'm well aware that we often or occasionally miss things, and that's all we're saying. It doesn't specifically say that, and so to avoid running afoul of it, consider what we're saying. The idea is to prevent through traffic, we understand that. So in the process of doing it, don't miss the mark. Just make sure that the things that we raise are, you don't want unintended consequences, that's all. Because then you have to come back and do it.
Use that term myself. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, do you want to say anything or explain anything, or?
I've already said it.
Okay.
The whole design of this, and from vehicle and traffic laws, you cannot exclude commerce, people who live there. I know that because I owned a trucking company. I had the same problem where I lived at one point. 2.5 ton, yes, you're absolutely right. It is very low limit. The common complaint on there is a lot of the landscapers cut through. They go to the wooded area, dump their stuff off, and keep going whether they work there or not. This was to cut down all of the cut-through traffic. If you have business on that road, by vehicle law, you're allowed on that road. There's no way you can be excluded. If you don't have any business on that road, and there happens to be a DOT officer there, then you better be able to prove that you're there for a reason. Otherwise, you got to get an open weight ticket.
So,
The DOT officer cannot stop you avoiding your truck.
Okay, anyway,
So,
okay.
Let's just nail it by
Yeah.
saying that.
is that clear to everybody?
So, Chris, if I might ask you to clarify that perhaps our law was not written specifically eliminating the travel, like stating you can, bring your commercial landscaping truck and park it in your driveway because the highway and vehicle law says you can, because we can't forbid it. Is that what you were saying?
Well, then I would add it to our local law. That put in there that if you own a vehicle and you live there, you have residence, you're allowed to bring your vehicle.
Oh, okay,
Remember, you can make things more restrictive, not less.
right, okay.
And what I will just say very quickly, I just asked Joe Ariel if, because we're going to borrow your lawyer for a minute, and he agreed. Yes, we are in a rush to pass this because of the fact that we want to post the signs tomorrow before the gate comes down, because we're trying to do everything we can to A, get the gate down, but B, meet the needs of the residents at Lent Drive, Waring, and Old Mill, that their safety is being taken into account once that gate comes down. So that, and our goal was, we wanted to dedicate the road, have all these laws in place, have all the signs up, take the gate down all at the same time, but because of time frame of when you have to notice and whatever, we weren't able to do that. But we dedicated the road last week. We promised tomorrow the gate would be down. We want these signs up because we're trying to do the best we can for the safety. So what we're going to do is we can close the public hearing. We're going to borrow Joe for a second to make an amendment to the law so he can give us the language to put in to address the concerns that were brought up tonight, so then we as a board can move forward to adopt it tonight. So is that okay with everybody?
But those amendments, do they change the initial public hearing notice that was advertised?
I would say,
Are
now,
you saying, so you're saying it's not significant?
right here, first of all, you are borrowing me.
Joe,
And
I'll move that the town be allowed to borrow you for the purposes of an amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second?
And I don't have any problem helping.
We need to vote on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You do so then with all the consequences of having borrowed a lawyer who read the law 15 minutes ago. But I think and so I'm happy to help, but you will have to judge whether you're comfortable with that help. I think what I'm hearing is that the law does not explicitly enough say that people who are residents in that area are excluded from the prohibition in the law, and that because that's, I mean, what it does say is that local deliveries are okay, local work is acceptable, local commerce, but it doesn't help the gentleman who says that his own personal truck weighs more than that. So I think perhaps the language could say,
You're going to stick it in there?
yeah, not with,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, in the above.
So it'll be an exemption?
Right. The above, just give me a moment.
Okay, so while he does that, we can close the public hearing, right?
So-
Above exclusion
Go
shall
ahead.
not
While Joe's doing that,
prevent the delivery and pickup of
no, I don't want to close it because...
You want to wait for him to read that?
Yes, whatever he presents, I
Okay.
feel it's important that we address it to the public
Okay.
because it's different than what was published. Agreed?
Sure, why don't you come up here?
What I understood from the beginning was that there were elements of highway law that were just universal.
That's
and
what I
that
thought.
Nothing that we were doing
agree.
in this law could override
Well,
those
That's
exemptions.
what I thought, but I guess...
If
we're
I could speak to
girls.
that, though?
Yes.
That is something, without having been prepared and done the research, I cannot say for certain is true. And I just can't. It may be true. I will tell you that generally speaking, what Jason said is true, is that you can be more restrictive, not less, but there's rules that apply to that kind of analysis, and the safer course of action is to make sure that your law says what you intend it to say. I mean, again,
Right, I mean, we've done weight limits on Shivertown Road. I believe we just did one on Burley Road, with the understanding that we could not prohibit commercial vehicles that were actually performing work in that neighborhood, or from residents who live there. We can't prohibit school buses, garbage trucks, all of those things, because they're engaged in commerce. The only thing we are prohibiting is people who are using the road as a through road.
right, but that's not what your law says right now.
Oh.
And so the intention, and that's why I think you can make that change tonight without having to reopen the
Okay.
public hearing, because it's clear to me, anyway, and I think to the public, that that is your intention, but that's not what the law says. So I think with the, I'll be done with the change momentarily.
So let him do the change, let Bill speak.
No, I was going to raise the same question that just raised. You have Shivertown Road, you have one other road. Now, we're talking about adding something to this law that is not in the other two. Because I go on Shivertown Road quite often, and people there, they have pickup trucks, they have horse trailer, you name it. Now, if it wasn't a problem there, why are we creating a problem here?
That's right.
That was my point, too.
The answer to that would be because the comment's been raised here, and it may not have been raised before. And whether the board wants to look into a similar change in existing laws is up to them, but that's the answer. It may, whether it's a sufficient answer is up to this board.
My only comment, I would have made comments saying that the previous speakers I disagree with.
Kevin, my concern is I wouldn't want to leave it to just be a defense to a ticket.
No.
You know, that it's unconstitutional. You know?
I would suggest that we table this.
No, okay.
I would suggest that we table it in order to make sure that it's done properly. And,
We can always amend it, right?
but why amend something
So
that
that
should
we
be done
can-
right the first time?
So we can install our speed bumps.
Trina,
I think
okay, let Trina.
The bottom line is, there's a prohibition on, that creates a weight limit prohibition on certain roads. I'll get a little closer, how's that? So, obviously, there is an entire body of law that deals with interstate commerce, intrastate commerce. You obviously can't exclude somebody from getting to their home, there's laws on that. So, what I think we should do with this particular law is make it a little bit more clear that to the extent that it doesn't violate other laws, that it's enforceable. So, that's going to take a little bit more work. I think, and I applaud Joe for trying to do it in 15 minutes, but I don't think it can be done in 15 minutes. I think we should wait and do it properly.
Suggestion.
Doesn't mean we're not going to, that's not, we're not changing that.
I have a thought.
I'm not going to go, I don't agree with this, let you talk, and then we'll talk.
It's not that I disagree in its entirety. I agree with what Bill said, is that we have these other roads. I still feel like there's parts that are a given in highway law that I'm not required to spell out. It's like, I don't know, you're not allowed to park within 30 feet of a driveway or something, okay? The police can ticket you, and you can say, but I didn't know that. Well, you know, you knew it when you took your permit test. So there may be certain things that are just presumed in the highway law that we all don't know because we all don't drive trucks like Chris.
And,
But hold, I didn't even
Go ahead.
finish my thought.
sorry.
Okay. So it's just a thought. I'm just putting it on the table. I'm not saying it's the way to go. I'm not saying I'm 100% sold yet. Since we have the other roads that have weight limits on them, that we don't have these other exclusions written directly into them, that maybe one possibility would be to accept this the way it is, adopt it the way it is, do the revisions that would include all of the roads, and do that one big one where we're putting the exclusions, making it specific to every one of our roads with weight limits on it. That's another way to go. Because I just want to remind everyone that we did vote that the gate is coming down tomorrow.
Yes, we did.
So,
I'd like to let Chris speak, then Trina, if you want to say something, is okay, and then Dorothy. Just go back to the,
Those other two roads are 5-ton roads. It's a different weight limit.
That's a big difference.
It's 10,000 pounds. Shivertown and Burley Road.
And also, Henry Du Bois has a no truck on it also. And
That might be your difference if you're looking for it. This is a 2.5, 2.5.
what's the weight limit on Du Bois?
Well, that's in the village.
10,000 then.
There's just
So
no
we
through
split
truck.
it. No
I don't
through
believe
truck,
there's a designated weight limit on it. It's just a no through truck traffic,
which defines,
commercial truck traffic,
Which is through traffic.
Wait,
through traffic.
what defines commercial truck traffic? The 10,000?
I honestly, it's commercial plates. I'm not sure the GVW would
Oh,
that defines it.
And they can only go in one direction anyway.
we have some more people who want to speak. Trina, and then Dorothy.
I think the basis of the dispute from a layman is simply to make the driving safe on Waring and Lent roads. And I have seen delivery trucks in my long career of driving, and they drive fast. Now, Du Bois has stop signs all the way down ever since a boy crashed into a tree who had lived on Old Ford Road and lost consciousness. It was in a coma for a long time and never was the same. Also, Shivertown Road, I even drive fast on it. Those hills are very seductive. So our point really is to create a safe neighborhood, and that's what we're about to meet with the citizens of Waring and Lent. 3 of us from Woodland Pond, 3 of us from that neighborhood, and also our young staff who use that road also as shortcuts, and they're late for work and all of that. But I do think limiting trucks in whatever way you decide is a very, very good idea. It's just less commercial, impersonal traffic that may be in a hurry. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy?
I just wanted to ask whether it matters that this all be spelled out before the gate comes down. Could the gate come down tomorrow anyway? Because if the gate doesn't come down, then I will have to go back and explain to my neighbors why, once again, it's been postponed. It gets them upset. And understandably, it's so complicated. It's hard, if it can be done in such a way that you can get the technicalities and details ironed out and let the gate come down, I think it would make it easier on everybody. And by the way, I really do appreciate that many of you on the town board have just spent an awful lot of time on this, and I think if you're ever accused of not listening, I think on this case you have. So I want to say I appreciate it, and I also want to congratulate, and I still don't know yet if Jeff got reelected, but I assume.
Congratulations, Jeff.
Top vote getter.
I'm sure Dan did. And thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, and especially to Chris.
Thank you. Everett? Okay, I gotta go back up there.
Just take the gate down. No,
Or this
I see nothing wrong with opening the roads. But we don't need restrictions when we drive trucks. All right, I pull animals all over town, I pull a horse trailer. My pickup truck cost me $65,000, my trailer cost $35,000. These are expensive pieces of machinery. My wife owns them, so I don't, but she can afford it. But there's no reason that I can't drive through these places with a horse trailer. Okay? And I'm a very safe driver. I don't have tickets for drinking and driving and speeding and all that. And for anybody to try to stop this is ridiculous. Because we're not going to hurt anybody in any subdivision.
Okay, Chris?
If I'm correct, there's 2 points to what you're doing tonight. It's the actual weight limit and then a no through truck traffic. A suggestion would be post the no through truck traffic, but hold off on the weight limit. Whatever, and I apologize for not having the law in front of me for that, for, what the no through truck traffic weight limit is. But it'll give you the same protection that you have on Henry W., the same enforcement that you would have on Henry W. And you're not tying anything down to this 2.5 ton weight limit until it could be researched a little better to make sure we're not infringing on anyone else, the smaller vehicle traffic or people living there. You're still doing the same thing. We doubled it, we were doubling it up to make it even more stringent, but to me, I think you could get away just with the no through truck traffic and be.
So Chris, I just have one question. Can you, without us taking any action tonight, tomorrow, put a sign up out there that says no through truck traffic?
No through truck traffic is still a regulatory sign. It has to be, for it to be enforceable, it has to go through this process.
Well, we haven't had any objection.
So then it's just a sign for the sake of a sign. It's,
Are they in one, are they all in one?
So, Joe, what did you put into the language to,
What I added to the exemption, I'll read the exemptions in its entirety with this language. The above exclusions shall not be construed to prevent the delivery or pickup of merchandise or other property along the highways from which such vehicles are excluded, or to prevent residents of the highways from which such vehicles are excluded from operating vehicles in excess of such weight limits which are registered to them or to entities in which they have an ownership interest which exceed the weight limits herein.
How about their friends that come to see them?
okay. Jean accepted that. I will second it. Does anybody want to have a discussion about that? All in favor of accepting this amendment?
Aye.
Kevin?
Are we accepting the amendment to pass the law?
Yes, that's exactly what we're
Then
doing.
I think we should wait. Take the gate down
Okay.
and impose a weight limit law that we all can agree on.
Okay, so you're a no.
No.
Okay, motion so carried. Okay, so now for the moment, since the public hearing is still open, would anybody like to comment on the amendment to the law? Okay.
In favor of the amendment.
Okay, so is there no more comment? Is this board willing to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried. Kevin, are you a yes or no in closing the public hearing?
I think it should stay open.
Okay, so Kevin's a no. Okay, motion so carried. Okay, so
Now I have to,
No, well, we're not going to, well, actually, that's for us for us on our agenda for later. Which, so we're, yeah, well, we can do that, we can,
Want to do the IMA with the village?
yes, we'll adopt the law. You want us to adopt the law?
We have 7 minutes. Joe has to.
Okay, Joe has to go in 7 minutes, so we're
I'll
gonna,
stay long, but I'm going to be in trouble here, so.
no, it's okay, we can do the,
7 minutes.
Can we write you a note?
are you guys okay?
I must tell you, experience tells me
we
7
have to
minutes
do
is
secret.
extraordinarily optimistic.
Kevin will tell us. Well, we don't need to do that with the village here.
No, we don't. What we're going to, well, that's, Sally was making a recommendation, whatever, because we have to do seeker and some other things. What I'd rather do is get to the IMA for the few minutes that we have while Joe's here without getting him in trouble. Then you guys could go take your business or do what you have to do, and we'll just continue with our portion of the meeting, okay? So, the IMA and the contract for the planner.
Why don't you just take it?
Yeah, the IMA I actually don't have in front of me here. It's I think a one-page document that Kevin and I both worked on.
I thought we adopted that.
I thought we did too.
No, what,
Okay, we're done.
We adopted in principle.
No, the village actually adopted it.
We did.
We both adopted it.
No, what,
Subject to signing an
yeah,
interstitial agreement.
what you had was a resolution that had been,
there.
I know, I'm going to tell you what happened. What you had was a resolution that had the essential terms in it that authorized the IMA, but you have to have an IMA. You have to have a document that you can sign, and you didn't have that. You had a resolution. So you asked Kevin and I to work on it together. What you have in front of you is a one-page document that mirrors the resolution with the necessary legalese to make it an intermunicipal agreement. I would say that that aspect of it, frankly, having adopted the resolution, I would argue you're almost bound, unless you find something inconsistent in this draft IMA, to authorize your supervisor and your mayor to sign it. This one, I think, is easy.
On behalf of the village, that the board adopt the
Sally, you're going to bring the microphone closer.
and correct and authorize the mayor to sign it.
I'd like to move on behalf of the town
Wait,
board.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Move on behalf of the town board to approve the execution of an intermunicipal agreement, authorize the supervisor to sign on behalf of the town.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right.
Okay, motion so carried.
We're good.
Thank you. So now what you have in front of you is a consulting agreement. This is the actual contract with the consultant that you've said you want to engage. There's a base document, which I think had the involvement of your town attorney, of Kitty, and of Kevin, at least saw it, and in some part drafted it. There's a scope of work document behind it. I think since I had been working on the document anyway, based on our discussion at the meeting, I was happy to have the base document from the town side. Since I circulated the larger document with the scope of work, your town attorney, Mr. Moriello, has also commented again that in general, he agreed with the concepts that were introduced as part of the new draft, including the scope of work.
I like the scope of work, Joe, and the deliverables I like, too.
Thank you.
Does this still include this part, the not to exceed?
It does.
So,
Let's talk
we're
about
talking
that in a
about
moment.
this?
Jones,
Okay.
you sent an email to the joint boards already.
Yeah.
If you could walk us through the 2 or 3 things
Right.
that are our decision.
Okay.
Rather than go through the things that all the lawyers agree with.
I want to know
not
what
to
a
exceed.
non-exclusive.
Means he can work for somebody else.
Yep, I think that,
And we could hire somebody else to supplement it.
You could.
right, it means
So, well, wait a minute. Then I think we need to talk about that, because I thought that the contract binds us to pay him no matter what.
No, it's different.
Oh, it does.
That's different.
It means that Kurt could do other work, and it also means you could hire other consultants, like legal consultants or even, or somebody to work on the project.
So if you can answer, however Jason said to proceed.
Yep, I would say that both Joe Moriello and I agree that one of the things you really want to nail down here is how exactly payment will take place. The first is in item 2 under compensation. The draft that I got and I left it in here because I thought maybe it represented something you really want.
Put it in there.
And that's fine. So the not-to-exceed concept is often used, but I didn't really think that's what you guys were talking about. And the concern I have is that in a not-to-exceed contract, it implies that you might bill less than that capped number. And that implies...
It means that you might get it done before 52 weeks. That's what we
Well,
meant.
maybe so, and that could be important.
That's what we meant.
But it also means, it also implies, for instance, that what your consultant would put in would be like billed hours, and at one time it might be 12 hours, another month it might be 130 hours while he's really pulling it together. That's all fine. That's a legislative decision. I thought what I heard you guys talking about, though, was a fixed number that got paid, and that's not really a not to exceed, that's a fixed expenditure. So you just need to talk about it.
Okay.
I think it was a great point that you raised. I think it should stay not to exceed, and it is a fixed amount in my mind, but it is possible, pursuant to the terms of the agreement, that it's terminated prematurely or early before the duration of the contract has expired, in which case it will be less than 52.
Okay.
Right, and I felt that not to exceed in case the deliverables were delayed by a week or longer, but that once you hit that 52, that was it.
You still don't owe him any more money.
That's right.
That's fine. So that should be written a little differently. I think I understand what you mean. You mean that while he's engaged, there's going to be a fixed amount per period, and we'll talk about that in a minute too, whether it's a week or a month, that's up to the boards.
Okay.
But the not to exceed refers to the fact that the contract is terminable, right? That it could be terminated, or that the deliverable might be delivered early. Good luck with that. But I mean, only just because.
Or not to be delivered late.
Well, here's the point, though. My understanding is that this is basically a fixed price for the delivery of a scope of work.
Right.
So that if it's done early, that doesn't mean that he's not entitled to his fee.
He'd get the entire fee.
Yes.
So it might be some incentive to get done earlier.
Does everybody agree with that?
No, not necessarily, because if you move into the next paragraph, I thought it was pretty clear. It states pretty clear. How we want to determine it, whether it's weekly or biweekly. I know what I have in mind, but it says that we're paying $1,000 a week for a year. That's what I thought that was the deal that we made, $1,000 a week for a year. So,
See, my thinking was that it was the 52, you take the contract price and you have a schedule for the payments that's negotiated between the parties. So, for instance, the consultant here maybe doesn't want his payments in $10,000 increments, and maybe the town and the village don't want to deliver it that way. So I thought that we had negotiated a price which would be payable in weekly installments of $1,000 for the duration of the contract. So it gets back into that duration piece again, Joe, where if it's terminated, then the payments stop.
Right.
well, wait, no, then I think what we need to talk about, is it $1,000 a week for a year, or is the cost of a joint comprehensive plan, whether we receive it in 3 months or 12 months, is the cost of that $52,000? That's, well, I have even deeper issues, Mama.
Deeper.
When we talked about this, and we talked
Sally,
about
you
it
need to use the
jointly,
microphone. Sally,
it was,
you need to talk into the microphone.
when we talked about this and talked about it jointly, it was to have a completed document, a deliverable, at the end of 52 weeks, for which one would be paid $1,000 a week for the product.
Right.
That
but don't
was
you
my
wanna-
understanding.
But it wouldn't, I think all the discussion we had was, what have we paid in the past? How do we set a benchmark for what this product is worth? And then how do we pay the consultant for the work done? So there's always an incentive for the worker to get his work done sooner.
Absolutely.
So we're not going to put an hourly rate in here or require him to work a certain number of hours a week. We're contracting to purchase a specific product.
I agree.
And so if he wants to get that finished and we're satisfied with that product in a 2-month period, then he should be entitled to his fee if he worked 20 hours a day on it.
Why don't we pay them based on the deliverables?
Well, that's what we're doing.
That's what
No,
Kevin's
that's not
saying.
paying someone 1,000 a week is not paying someone.
Right, it's two different things.
Two different things.
Right,
No, it's
and
not.
then,
It's
no.
how he's
You don't deliver
paid.
something every week.
No, it's the method of receiving the compensation. It's
That's
not,
what I'm saying. You pay them when they give us something.
you're contracting to pay them for a final product, and you're agreeing to pay them $52,000. Now, some lawyers would want a $52,000 retainer, okay? But in this case, my understanding was he was willing to accept weekly payments toward a contract price.
And when were these negotiations held?
It was my understanding
While
he's
you were
willing
away.
to. So,
At the last meeting, I was told that's where the number came up. I was told the board got together and decided what it was worth.
It
Not
was
that
the-
negotiations were held with Kurt
Oh,
on
no.
what he wanted.
Tom?
Tom, do you-
Okay, so that's new information, and it's not what was said.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take it.
I would want to add a...
Okay, we'll take the
I would want to add a clause that we did make an agreement that the final payments would not be made until a fully serviceable, and that was the term that I used at the time, a fully serviceable draft would be delivered.
Okay, so.
there is a withholding section in this
Right,
contract.
and I addressed that, Tom. I think that's a good point, and that's in here, too.
I just want to, just for the record, so Jason is okay and clear, and there was no misunderstanding. While you were on a leave of absence, the two boards got together. We did all come to agreement that we would, $52,000 was the price that we thought was fair. We sort of thought it would take a year, that we'd pay $1,000 a week, but we left that meeting with Tom authorized on behalf of the two boards to actually have the conversation with Kurt
And that's
to
not
make.
what you said at our last meeting.
No, it's exactly what I said at the last meeting. Okay,
It's not,
well,
it's just not.
At some point, I would like to say something.
And it points to deeper flaws in this process.
no, okay, anyway,
I know what Jean was going to say.
did you want to finish saying something, Tom, or no?
No, I'm finished.
All right, Kitty.
Kitty?
Going back to our August 15th meeting, and I'm sorry for throwing a new thought out here, but what we agreed in August to was to hire the village planner to work on a joint master plan. And considering the amount of money that both of us have allocated, and considering that we're talking about 52 weeks, and considering that we're trying to figure out who's going to pay which, and who's going to do vouchers, and liability insurance, and all that stuff, we originally agreed to jointly share the village planner. Would this group of people be willing to consider simply hiring Kurt Lavala as the town planner, in the same way that we have an assessor whose job, she has an office here, but she works for the entire community?
It's a good idea.
And so for a one-year term, we would hire a town planner who would work on a joint town-village master plan.
The only
It
problem
just seems
is,
to me that it just solves payroll and vouchers and,
you have withholding, but you have withholding, you have a whole...
We
We have health
Health
benefits.
benefits, so you're talking about
Right.
a whole...
but on the other hand, we would have the benefit of a full-time person sitting in there for a year.
Or you
who-
could ask the village to hire him back. Okay.
I guess Kitty wants to know the cost.
So,
Kitty,
well,
from a control standpoint, from a, from an
It just
execution
seems-
standpoint, it's a great idea. But I think it's going to delay the process, and I don't know if everybody wants to delay it.
I do
We've come so far
understand
down
that, but
this
I
path.
think that it might be a delay that ends up being really productive. I mean, the benefit of having, if the understanding is that it's a one-year hire, I mean, the village, I think it was about $55,000 was the salary that, so 57, So we're, within, and then you were paying benefits, right? So we're fairly close already to what we've both allocated. And it just seems to me that the benefit of having somebody full-time working for both of our municipalities would yield very productive results.
Can I say something?
Please do.
Okay. I happen to agree with Jason on that one, that it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks to go through the county to create that position on the town side. And I don't know that the village has the desire to refill that position with the same person since they advertised for it. I imagine that means they want someone else. So, but the
So there is
town
an
does
active-
not have an existing position for a director of planning or for a comprehensive planning person body for a 12-month period. And then I also have some concerns about hiring an on-staff employee that's capped at a year. Because
Well, these are all questions that I don't have answers
okay.
to. It just does seem to me that since in August, we agreed
yeah,
to hire a joint planner. Are you advertising for a full-time planner?
I think 3 or 4 resumes already.
And actually,
The
we...
mayor is
oh.
advertising for.
And I'm sorry, Gene, we actually...
The village is advertising, that's what we do when we have a big...
And I'm sorry, Gene, we actually do have a county-approved position already for a planner.
You
We do. It's not advertised right now. We actually do have the county position. This goes back for, Kitty, help me, 3-4 years?
2000, I think it was like 09.
2009 or so. So we have, but I'm wondering, and again, this is making me question, and we have some much smarter people here, and Gene, you would know, is this something that could be done as a one-year consultant? And that I have
no, consultants and employees are two entirely different
I
things, and
realize
that's what you have
But
to
could the
decide
town
upon.
hire a one-year consultant into this? We do have the position that exists, but we would have to post it and all that, I agree, but I'm wondering if it's...
Can I interrupt for just 1 second? Why can't we see first if we could just work out the contract? We have a contract in front of us. Our attorney worked on the contract. Kevin worked on the contract. Gene worked on the contract. Joe Ariel worked on the contract. I don't see why we just can't get back focusing on the contract as it is and what we need to do to make this contract acceptable to both boards.
In addition to that, Kitty, I think while the idea might have had merit a while ago, it's too late in the game. We've all agreed on a design, and we just approved an IMA.
Well, I guess this did not really occur to me until I was looking at all of the questions raised in Joe's contract, and I was just thinking,
No on
boy,
the IMA then.
well, looking at the contract, it just happened to be the order of things in which we approve things, but looking at the contract, I just thought, boy, an employee solves all of these problems.
I don't disagree, but it's...
Okay.
So, if I may, I think the question that we got, that got us where we are now is, let me put all the issues around it that it might give it some focus.
Thank you.
All you really are trying to do here, if you go forward with a consulting concept, the questions I raise are simply, for instance, it says that the consultant will bill and then be paid based on those invoices. So the reason I raise the questions is the invoice simply going to say, is the invoice we will require of the consultant simply going to say $1,000 or $4,000 a month? And does it need to say anything else? Or is it meant to indicate hours worked? Now, I think what I hear at the table is that nobody really contemplated an hourly billing concept. And that's fine. And I didn't really get that either. That's why I raised the question about the not to exceed issue. But now I think I understand that. Meaning, I would rewrite that provision so that it was clear that the not to exceed concept referred to the notion that you might get the plan early, that you might get it late, in which case there's still no more money going into it, or that you might terminate the contract entirely, and at that point it would end. So now I think we've handled the not to exceed, and now I think the question we're on is simply how do you want it invoiced, and when and on what terms do you want it paid? So is it there are deliverable dates in here. Do you pay upon the deliverable, as Jason suggested? Do you want him to submit a monthly bill, or, as the draft I got said, a bi-weekly bill? You just have to talk about that.
Well, Joe, the village adopted a payment schedule as part of the resolution that Mr. Rocco presented.
Okay.
And you were at the meeting.
Yeah, no,
What is it?
Mayor, we did not, well, we all, not just we, but we all agreed that there would be a monthly payment of $1,000.
Not
Weekly.
we agreed to
Monthly.
1,000 a week.
A week.
I'm
So
sorry,
when you say
yes, that's
pay-
my stupid mistake, $1,000 per week. We did not have any discussion about whether he would deliver an IOU.
I agree.
A chit.
And that's what I'm talking about.
But why, in the course of our discussions, we did not see it as necessary to say that it had to be on a white sheet of paper or a half sheet of paper, or 1,000 other possible items that could be specified but don't need to be specified.
They are, I understand what you're saying, and all I'm saying is that your money people will say otherwise.
Okay.
In other words,
And that is why I wrote it in there
Right.
that I wanted a timesheet, yes.
Or an invoice of
Oh, I
some
don't want
kind.
a
Your money people will
timesheet.
say,
No,
I'm not
no,
writing a
no.
check, however you decide to pay it,
Okay.
without an invoice.
Do you know why? Because when it comes down to, okay, first of all, I kind of got the feeling, and maybe I'm wrong, because you guys are going to have to straighten me out then, but I kind of got the feeling that this was going to roll through the town because Susan had offered space, so Sally's nodding. Okay, so I was right. All right, so I looked at it from my perspective, and my perspective is $1,000 a week, even for an outside consultant, is not leaving that office unless I have some form of documentable bill that our brand-new bookkeeper has to back her up during her first audit next year, okay? That's why I put it in. If you guys want it out, it's okay if you outvote me, I don't care.
And let me make clear, I didn't take it out. All I raised was, what should it say? In other words, is it just a
The
bill?
town does it the way they require it be done, and they bill the village
Then you
the way
get-
they need to bill us.
You
Okay,
end up
so
getting
then can-
sued because now you've created an employer-employee relationship, because now you're directing and supervising the way the consultant performs his work.
I'm not
can't-
directing and supervising how he performs his work. I want him
you're-
to prove that he could submit a thing that says $1,000, and that justifies the town putting out $1,000.
We should agree to pay him the 52 in 1,000 installments. He should be making periodic reports, maybe monthly reports to both boards. I don't think you want to make somebody like this keep a timesheet. What for?
I mean, we sign vouchers every month for attorney bills where they say what they've been working on, but we don't see those documents.
I wasn't looking for something that micromanaged, the attorney bills. I wasn't looking for something like that. I was looking for something far more generic, but that would protect the bookkeeper for cutting a check.
Hourly rate?
Well, I think that, okay.
Is a per-hour rate?
So
I would prefer to defer to Jean on this. She is the most experienced
No, I
of all
understand.
of us, and let's
No, I understand what all Jean's trying to do, and I think we can get there, and it's not a problem. And is, she just wants, when the voucher comes to us, and we have to approve the voucher, that there's documentation that backs up the bookkeeper. So, but I agree with Kitty in the sense that I don't feel comfortable doing it as an hourly rate and a timesheet.
How about we don't say time, should we just call it an invoice?
Well, that's what I was about to say, that I
Right,
agree that
a
it should be similar
detailed
to what, it
invoice.
should be a detailed
A detailed
invoice,
invoice.
similar to what we get from our lawyers and from our engineer, that talks about they're working on, the comprehensive plan, they've done this, and that, kind of stuff. Some kind of documentation that then goes with the invoice for us to be able to, exactly.
And
Thank you,
if you
Mariana.
intend to pay it weekly, which is also what I heard, and
No,
again, that's why I
we're not
raised
gonna
the
pay it
question. That's what I
weekly.
heard last time, too.
We're going to pay
If
it
you-
monthly.
Well, but this is what I'm getting to. What I heard was you intend to pay it weekly, so the question is, do you want it to invoice weekly or month? I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass.
It was $1,000 a week.
It was
didn't mean that it
1,000
wasn't
a
have to
week
be.
because when you negotiate a consulting agreement, it's not a one-way street. the consultant has say in terms of the terms and conditions.
Yeah.
My understanding all along was that the consultant wanted the payment in this fashion. And so that's why we're doing it this way.
Again, I feel like I'm playing the bad guy here. All I'm saying is that's completely fine. I understand that that's exactly what you want to do. What I'm saying is, because Nancy will ask the question and your bookkeeper will ask the question, are they looking for, if they're going to pay weekly, are you looking for a weekly invoice? I'm not saying you should look for a weekly invoice. You could say bill monthly, but we'll pay you weekly. I don't care. You want to tell the consultant what you're asking them to submit. That's all I'm saying. It could be a one-page, one-liner.
Confusion is, he's not submitting to two governmental bodies.
Okay.
He's submitting to the town.
I don't think that's part of the confusion.
The town is going to bill the village. We have already agreed to
Right.
go halvesies. Now, if Nancy wants a copy of
Whatever
the
it is.
invoices that he submitted when she is asked to pay, copy them and give them to her. I don't quite understand what you're arguing over.
I don't think anybody's arguing. I have a question for Jean. You said bi-weekly, and you had said before that you had something in mind, and I wanted to know what you had in mind.
Okay, I'll tell you what I had in mind.
Good.
So the only reason I put down biweekly is that because both at the village and at the town, is that the payroll runs biweekly. So it was just a matter of convenience for that department, that's all.
That sounds good.
Okay,
And I think that's fine.
It makes sense.
that was the only reason.
So we just need the contractor to
Okay.
agree, that's all.
Right. So bi-weekly payment
Yeah.
on a $1,000 a week rate,
Yeah, okay.
and bi-weekly submission of a simple invoice that explains.
Simple invoice.
Yeah.
Yes. Beautiful.
Got it.
Simple invoice.
Got it. Okay. So that'll take care of 2 and 3. I'll redraft them accordingly. Now, let's see.
Top of page 3, I don't think, Joe, it needs to be in this agreement. What funds we're paying out, it doesn't have to be in this agreement.
No.
Okay.
No, the only reason I put that in was because it was going to come out of, if we were going to put it up front. That was the only reason why I did that.
Right.
That's fine.
If it belongs anywhere, it would be in the IMA.
The only thing, just from a town board perspective, is, for the moment, we have our share in the B fund where it belongs. For the moment, we're going to be paying it out and bookkeeping them.
It doesn't belong here.
No, I know it doesn't belong in here. I just want my board to understand that technically, we don't have, you know what, we can talk about it later during the, when we do our budget, we have to accommodate our budget to show the revenue and show where we're going to pay it out of. So that's all, but we'll deal with that after.
I'll explain why I specifically put that in there,
Right,
that the
don't yell at me,
town's
I didn't-
portion was coming from the B fund, and that was so that the village didn't think that we were double dipping. That was why I was very specific.
I think that was wise. At the end, on item number 4, I would like to add the agreement may be extended only by affirmative or only by a majority vote of both boards.
It's misnumbered, first of all, so I apologize. Down on, what is 4, but should be 5.
Term early termination.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want that second sentence to say, the agreement may be extended only by a majority affirmative vote of both boards.
Then the termination language should be the same. Do you agree?
Yes?
Yep, sure.
So it was written in a manner that either board could terminate their portion of the commitment, and I don't think that's what we intended, right?
And since this is not going to begin probably till December 1st, November 30th, it has to be changed to December 31st.
You think it can't start November 15th?
It says this agreement shall expire on November 30th, 2014.
Because I was
don't know if
thinking-
This document has been shared with Kurt, and he's agreed to it.
Well, that's true. And you could adjust it if you think there's more negotiation, but you could try to get it done. Kevin, I would want to mention to the boards, though, I'm not sure. I think you have to make it possible for either board to terminate, because I don't think you can bind the board.
Then do you want them to then commit to fund the balance of their obligation?
I think that was smart wording.
If we're terminating the contract, we're not going to pay the rest.
Only if it's done unilaterally, Jason. So,
Not even done unilaterally, if there's a good reason that we're terminating,
well,
we shouldn't be bound to pay the remainder of the contract we find to default.
Depends on what you terminate.
see, but this is a joint agreement, so we're coming together to create a joint plan. There's been enough,
Well, we're two different organizations.
well, we're not, though.
Yes, we are.
We're actually one big organization, a little bigger. The table's a little bigger tonight, but it's still the same organization. We're serving the same group of people. And so
Oh, come on, let's not go.
Well, that's what we're talking about right now, so.
where are we going is my question, too. We're entering into this transaction together. Either we terminate it together or extend it together.
I agree with that. So I think maybe we should take that piece out about if one continues to keep it going or whatever, and just leave it at that. The termination would be a majority affirmative, and continuation would be a majority affirmative.
Or is there a place
Is
to,
there any other IME that any of you would sign that would lock you in to keep paying after you terminate the agreement? Feel that the work
No,
is not-
that's what
No,
we're saying.
we can terminate it.
Are you following me? You're saying the opposite of what we're saying.
No, I think,
We-
maybe I'm confused, it's entirely possible.
Okay.
We can
So
terminate
either
it.
side can leave at any time
No.
in the term limits.
No.
Then I'm exactly right. None of you would sign an agreement with the town of Gardner or the county that committed you to pay the full amount, even if you withdrew
No,
from the contract.
that's not what.
It's saying that we can't follow
Jason now.
unless we
I'm
all.
saying if somebody wants to pull out.
Right, it's saying,
If we all agree to terminate it, we all agree to terminate it if we all agree to continue.
Jason's saying that,
Fund it, that's all they.
right.
This is a project no longer worthy of working on our funding for some reason. They are trapped, and they are trapped in paying the full amount, even if halfway through they say, no, this is a
If-
bad idea, we shouldn't do this.
Right, one board votes to get out, and one board votes to stay in. Now what do we do?
Well, one-
That's what,
But Gene, one board votes to get out, one board does nothing.
then we're still in contract.
The question is there a penalty that the withdrawing party has to pay because they made a commitment up front?
see, I think the problem with that is, I think you want or here, even for your own sake. I mean, remember, it might be you that ends up unhappy, right? Let's say halfway through your second draft is in your view, one board's view, an utter disaster. In other words, it's just nothing like what you want. You have no hope that it will be redeemed, but the village board loves it.
But we can,
No, I'm serious. And now, if you don't say or, what you're saying is that you'd still be bound to pay that bill, even
Yeah.
if you're completely unhappy
or
midway through.
pay something toward the commitment that you made.
No, it says
Doesn't
full
ha-
bill.
Doesn't have to be full. I'm saying, we're talking about different ideas
Well, maybe
here.
through the
Can I-
date of termination.
Can we try to figure something out? Because in some ways, what I think is at this moment in time, delineating it by board, if we get to a point where one board feels it's terrible and one board thinks it's great, well, then we've mismanaged this project from the very beginning. So quite frankly, we're going to be working on this project together. We're going to be managing this project together. We're going to be discussing it together, and we're not going to be making any decisions without us all making them together. So that's exactly right. We're going to either the well, Jason, I'm just explaining. Jason, I'm explaining my point of view. You can disagree with me after I finish explaining my point of view. I'm trying to say that I think we're going to be managing our fiduciary responsibilities jointly together every time we meet and every time we review what we're doing and whatever we're concerned about. It could be two of you agreeing with three people here, and it could be, so I don't think the decision is going to be I'm saying that I don't necessarily think,
I think
it doesn't matter what I
that
think.
maybe the track record is not good on our side, Jason. 3 members, the majority of this board, have agreed to do something. You are opposed, that is fine. But let's not obfuscate the big picture and what we're trying to accomplish for the community. I recognize that you don't agree with this, and that's fine. But let's not spend 30 minutes hearing why you disagree. We did that at the last meeting.
I'm just reading specific points about this contract that was drafted and vetted by 3 lawyers. That's my job Sally. It's all of our jobs, and it's our jobs to look at this contract on behalf of the constituents of the village, in their best interest. It is in their best interest that we not waste our money getting locked into a contract we may not agree with. That's not trying to obfuscate, it's the opposite. It's trying to clarify issues that our attorney has publicly voiced as legislative decisions, and these decisions have consequences, financial consequences, and I think they're worth talking about.
Let me just make one point. The same thing could be held true for the town, that you could all think it's great, and we might be really unhappy with it. So we could be, it's the same fiscal.
Tom, when
No,
you're
he's
done,
not. He's
I want to
saying
make
it
a
for the
point. Go
village.
ahead.
Okay, Tom, you want to say something?
No. I believe that we have sufficient, not only governance, but oversight of the consultant. We have that planned. We have every reason to believe, from our knowledge of him, that he will work with us towards the accomplishment of something which is sorely needed. The constituents whom we're serving have not been well served by having a 19 and now almost 20-year-old comprehensive plan. We are serving those constituents by moving this process forward. I do not think we need to delay it any further for some potential long-range benefit which is not commensurate with delaying a comprehensive plan for the village and the town.
Okay, so we're back.
Right, so I think the...
Fine now.
What's that?
I'm fine.
Okay. So really, the rest of the document, if anybody has any specific comments,
I do.
let me know. Go ahead.
I do. I'm concerned.
I meant the rest of the base document, by the way. I was going to get to the scope
Okay.
of work.
Sorry, Joe.
On page 1, it said, whereas at the aforementioned, I've added at the aforementioned joint meeting August 15th, the town and village agreed to hire village planner. 'Cause you just had, or I don't know who wrote all this, it just said Kurt Lavala offered to provide services, but we hired him at that meeting, and I think this gives...
She's over here in the first whereas.
This is kind of a legalese, Kitty, in the sense that you're right, that we did agree to make a commitment, and this is it. So
Well, I think it's important to get the history of this for
I
a
think
year
the
from
date
now.
that we agreed to,
He did not walk in here and offer to do this out of the cold. He was invited, the village invited him to make this presentation.
but in,
Well, so I voted out on this? I mean,
no, it's,
Excuse me, Tom wants to...
Forgive me, Kitty, but I don't think we need to include all the historical steps in the agreement, that we're now trying to come to an agreement about an
Okay, for
agreement.
me, this
But we
is-
don't need the,
well,
how old he is, or...
no, I'm not asking for that level of detail, but what I am saying is that this is the document that we will look back at a year from now, and this is going to be the kind of historical record. of
It's not a
how-
historical record,
No,
it's an
it's the
agreement between-
contract.
if I can explain it, whenever you enter into an agreement like this, or any agreement, your whereases line up in a specific way. And here, like any other real estate transaction, Kitty, you would say that the seller offers to sell, and the buyer agrees to buy. So what this document is saying is that the town and the village are offering and he's accepting, or he's offering and we're accepting. It's just legalese.
Well,
That recital is just saying he's willing to provide the services. So you could change it to say, and Kurt Laval is willing to provide such services, instead of
Okay.
offer. If you want to change that, it's fine.
is that okay? Is
Yep.
that agreeable? Okay. Then, on page, where am I? 1 of the scope of services, am I on the right page here? Let me see. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's page 10, sorry.
Page 10.
The consultant will identify land availability, vacancy rates, land prices, rents, and price points in the trade area.
Can you give us the number, Kitty?
Yeah, what's the
Is that page
section?
7, I think?
Well, the page above it is...
What Roman numeral is that, Keith?
I don't have pages.
Okay.
Yes.
Item 4, data collection.
Okay.
ID?
Existing, yeah.
Okay.
Item 4, Roman 4.
Okay. Data collection.
So, I mean, that's all that kind of generic stuff that we just paid $85,000 for.
Read it so the public knows what's going on.
The consultant will identify land availability, vacancy rates, land prices, rents, and price points in the trade area. The consultant will, 1, accurately describe existing land uses, demographic data, and real estate markets around the study area. 2, identify an appropriate mix of uses of an appropriate scale that could take advantage of the close proximity of transit. And 3, identify development needs and opportunities within the study area. And that was kind of the approach that the town took with our last comprehensive plan, and we ended up with the kind of marketing plan rather than the kind of vision of the future that I'd hoped for. So I'm just concerned that I'm not seeing the mention of agriculture and farmland that was, I felt, sorely lacking in the last version of the town, which is probably new to the village. So I guess what I'm, in 5 you say draft future land use plan, and use all modern planning and zoning techniques. Is there a way we can have a reference to things like previously adopted land use policies such as the town farmland protection plan? And I don't know how specific we want to get on this, but we've got such good stuff out there that for me, the exciting thing about this is to get it all in one place at the same time.
You know,
And our wetlands, and our steep slopes, and your shade trees. I mean, we can
now that we're
trade.
talking about this, we should have sustainability all over this.
Right, and the word sustainability is throughout our master plan, but there isn't much that actually shows it in design. So I'm just concerned. I mean, I know it is a kind of generic world out there, but I was hoping under existing.
Why don't you say, and he will specifically, have a specific provision in there, Joe?
Yeah.
That says that his analysis will specifically include, and then list them.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I didn't list them is because I wasn't sure what all of them might be.
Yeah,
but I think the point is excellent, and what it does say here, and I can do a better job eliciting it in the language. In 4, it says the consultant will review the current zoning ordinances, comprehensive plan, and other relevant transportation plans and documents. So that's what I was meaning to grab, was the existing work that had been done. Part of the job was to collate that and understand it. I think the agricultural comment, and you used another word.
We have a farmland protection plan
I
in
mean,
the
I
town.
think that should be added because
Wetlands should be added?
And we will have a wetlands law, and we have steep slopes and clear cutting. You have a great shade tree. I just want to make sure that all of the sort of independent work we've done of each other is
I'll do a better
grabbed.
job making clear that that's part of what that initial scope is.
The last time we talked about this, Kitty had suggested that be included all known studies and documents from both the village and the town be incorporated into this.
Okay, well, that's actually perfect language.
No, and that's what it'll say.
Okay.
And that's what I was
Well, she
getting
raised
at.
that before.
Yeah, well,
and
that's
so
what I
we
was
need
getting
to
at
put
in
it
this language. But if it's not apparent, then I'll do a better job.
Okay, wait, top. Jason had his hand up before. Jason, can you just
Well,
grab the
okay,
microphone?
I haven't quite finished, but I'll
I'm
wait.
sorry. Jason, wait. I'm kidding. I didn't realize it wasn't done.
And the only other thing I want to make sure that we get in there, which was not really part of our last master plan, are the challenges of the significant amount of tax-exempt properties in our town and village. I'm done.
Okay, Jason.
I'm wondering, because Joe had said he had to leave at 8:15, which is 35 minutes ago, how much we want to keep him here? He has another engagement he's supposed to be at, especially having come down the table and heard a raft of some not so small changes things to add to the scope that Kitty had mentioned, that Ariana, you know, that sustainability should be all over this. I mean, rather than keep going and keeping our attorney here much longer than he said he could be, would it make sense for us to just email Joe with our language provisions and come back either at a joint meeting, or I know the village board meets next week, and I assume the town board meets next week too, actually, yeah.
Well,
But you know
I know what you're trying to get to, so...
Within 2 weeks.
Okay, well, let me ask if I
Get
can...
everybody to get things to Joe so he can get everyone's concerns and such met,
Well, I mean-
rather than hash it out right.
Okay, well, let me just ask a question, okay? About how much longer do you feel...
Look, my ship has sailed, and, I mean, I frankly have a second obligation that would have been, but I'm here, look.
We are brutal.
I get the sense that there may not be...
Much more.
Let's keep talking.
Okay.
Jason, I really appreciate it, but
Okay.
let's see where we get.
So let's, if I can make it, yeah, that's okay, because Tom wants to talk and you do, so let me just make a suggestion. If it's okay, why don't we see if we go for like another 10, 15, 20 minutes at the least, see if all the ideas are out, at the most, I'm sorry, at the most, and then hopefully everybody got their ideas out. You're gonna have to go work on it, and then maybe, Jason, you guys have your next village board meeting next week, right? So maybe you can invite us to come to your next village board
I
meeting.
cannot be at that meeting. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm at the...
Okay, so let's...
I really think it is very important on a document like this that we all hear each other's ideas and suggestions, because we might not agree. And if a majority agree, then they go in.
Well, let's just keep going and see, so it doesn't keep...
Page 8.
Wait a second, Sally, I think, Tom, you were next. Did you have something before?
Yes.
I have, that was a preface to what I want to ask.
Go ahead, Sally.
Page 8, at the top.
What section?
Public input will be encouraged and should be taken into consideration in preparing deliverables. The consultant will be expected to maintain a minimum of office hours per week. I want that stricken, because he's being hired to do a job, and as Joe pointed out, it's the job he's supposed to do. Okay, split evenly between the town and village hall. We did not agree to that. He's going to be located at the town hall.
That's right.
We expected tonight.
But no office hours, but located here.
We didn't say office hours.
You're right. I mean, I know that wasn't part of the what I, and just so you know, because Kevin raised a good point too, you don't really want, no matter what you call it, an employee relationship can be implied by the way you treat, like whether he's on premises and his work is being directed. Let me just finish. It's a quick point. What I meant there was not that he should have a sort of a, but just that he should have contact with those, like if public officials wanted to know, like from 10 to 12, I know I can get to Kurt. That's all I meant. It's just it's a legislative decision whether you want it at all, but that's what I meant.
Then doesn't he not be a consultant if we give him specific hours?
No, I don't think so. And again, I wasn't giving him specific hours. The concept was just that at least blank amount of hours he'd be available physically in these locations. It's a legislative decision. It's just it's commonly done. Like attorneys sometimes do. You know, they'll do it. They'll say, I'm your village attorney. I do it, but anyway, you know, and on Wednesdays at 9 o'clock, if anybody needs to see me, I'll make myself available. That's why it's there.
And it's never worked well, so let's leave it.
You know what? Yeah, you can take it out.
Okay, I mean, but what's, I mean, right now, the way that I think it was expected to be, was that we would have office space here, a desk, a chair, a computer.
See, that's why I put it in. I knew there was some concept.
Well, it was, he had to have a place to work out of, so it was agreed that he would work at a town hall, that we would give him a chair, a space, a table, a computer, a place that he'd come and he'd work during the day and he'd be here and accessible. So he'd be working on this project with a space here, and then he's accessible and available to anybody.
I need a phone number, that's all.
Okay.
I'll give you a phone number later.
I'll need a number here.
Talk to people when I'm driving.
Anything else from anybody?
Okay,
and by the way, just a gloss, he has agreed, of course, to use this space.
Okay, so go ahead, Sally, any more?
Well, is there a consensus on that? I mean,
As a consultant.
Yeah, I was asking Sally.
Yes.
I'm going to move to.
I think Tom's next.
Sally, you finished with
Well,
your
no,
comments?
But is there consensus
Yes.
on that point?
I think so.
So that's going to come out?
That there are no office hours anywhere?
That there are no.
He's got an obligation to deliver a product, so.
Didn't be here at any time.
Well, I really like the idea of having, even if it's only 2 office hours a week, just the idea that, like how Joe was saying, at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, I am available if anybody wants to come speak with me. I do like that. I'm
How does that
I'm
whole
not married to
independent
it.
contractor thing
Because
work,
I also
though?
can
that's
call-
I
all.
think just to keep going on where Ariana is going before Joe puts pen on paper, and I'd scratch notes on it, is I called it analysis and outreach. And I know one of the problems that
Right.
we had when we were doing our outrageously expensive master plan is access and then allowing public. So, and this is where Jason's point may come in, though, is this may take more time to draft, Joe or Kevin, is I would kind of like to see a deliverable that includes periods of analysis and outreach and a meeting schedule. And just to kind of continue, and I apologize, Aaron, I'm going to leave a little bit of yours. One thing that still sticks in me today, which is, believe it or not, we paid all that money and we only got 2 copies of our report. I know it sounds like a nitpicking point, but I think we also need to agree, because believe it or not, printing up those reports is very expensive. So maybe also one of the deliverables, and it may not be, we would pay for it, but one of the deliverables is that there will be, I will make a number up, there will be 20 copies of the final product. So, and Joe, I gave you a lot there, so maybe if you could first comment on analysis and outreach.
Right, well, and just so we're clear, on the hours, what I'm suggesting is only that there be a minimum number of hours, just to make clear that he's meant to be, physically available. We're not going to put in, I'm not suggesting you put in the contract that he has to be here at 9 o'clock on Wednesdays. That's what makes him an independent contractor.
Okay, good.
I'm just saying that you might want to consider at least saying
But then I
that
think we ought to add what Jeff suggested. 2 hours per week or whatever.
Or no,
for
I-
analysis and out.
Well, I'm not even saying hours per week, and I'm wondering, I'd like everyone's input, is there will be, and I'm just going to throw this out, there will be 6 meetings. I just made that up. I could be directionally high, low.
with
Community
your boards,
charrettes.
Well, that's
That's a great question.
well, no, they have that, he had
I'd like to hear.
that. It's in the beginning, right here, in the beginning.
Joe, use the best efforts to comply with, and then add in
3 community
what we're considering here.
Yeah.
but I think that's critical.
Joe, I think you're pretty much there with that whole paragraph.
Yeah.
I think you're.
It does talk about attending
what-
meetings that you
Yeah.
request, so it could include
Public or other meetings, or. you
And Tom
can
is
do
going to be
that.
talking to him tomorrow, so you could figure out, the day after tomorrow, so you could figure out
That
some
covered-
kind of
it's pretty
schedule you think that
comprehensive.
works
So-
to have him here and have set hours and figure that out.
So
Get back to
I'll
Joe.
leave that in as a blank for now. You'll
I think it's
discuss.
fine.
Okay, the hours, and we'll talk about it. Okay. Anybody else on the scope?
I guess the only other question I had just was the insurance part, because talking to our insurance agent and talking to, I can tell you in a
It's
second.
in the main document, I think, actually.
All of Nancy's, all of our insurance recommendations are in there.
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
I want to make sure everything in the case says.
yeah. No, I know what's in here is what what Marshall and Sterling from Poughkeepsie, which is where your guys are located. Excuse me?
It's Marshall and Sterling.
No, I know it's Marshall, we're Marshall and Sterling too. It's just that our Marshall and Sterling is our insurance agency, your insurance agents. Your guys operate out of Poughkeepsie, our guys operate out of New Windsor. It's just they operate out of different offices. So it's item 6 where it talks about, so it talks about what kind of insurance he should have. When I did talk to our insurance agent and I talked to Joe Moriello,
Contractor.
Oh, you're right. Silly me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay, what our, okay, what our, well, they're having a separate meeting, so.
Go ahead.
Well, I need them to listen.
It's all right.
What our insurance agent had said was he didn't, because,
Rosanna, 3 times?
Kevin, could you explain you talked to them too, can you explain so I don't have to talk?
We have insurance representatives from the same firm giving us
Separate by.
different,
How far apart are they?
diametrically opposed. Right, 0 and then a trillion.
Seriously, how far apart are they?
Well, one school of thought is that you need to maintain professional liability insurance, and the other school is for what?
Well, I know that
This is
he was hired for 7 years mechanic for his prior job, so I assume it's something he's used to. But he might be able to explain what it's how to go ahead. Would be conflict of interest.
It might not be a problem, and I think he's talking to the Planning Federation or something, I just want to express that.
I think we need to get a letter
I think we need to
from the insurance company.
No,
That's
they're going to.
exactly right.
Well, that's what I just wanted to say very quickly, was that our insurance,
Let them figure it out.
that's exactly, I was just going to explain that.
I mean,
Give us a letter telling us what the decision should
do
be.
we get a certificate of liability from our grant writers and those
No, I
consultants?
asked, actually, no. So they all have their errors and omissions and blah, 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 and Gene will say something, but what they said basically was, in this particular case, okay, usually the insurance company, if somebody's going to be harmed, bodily injury, a car's going to get crashed, whatever, they're doing a plan. There's no liability to the town with their plan. We ultimately have to decide if we're adopting it. Once we adopt it, we turn it into zoning laws. Once we start turning it into zoning laws, that's when we're responsible for what we do. Right now, it's just a plan, and so there's no liability to any of us because... Right. So Bob Stubbs said he would talk to the people in New Windsor. Bob Stubbs, who's our guy, would talk to your people. They would try to work it out. So I just want to say that if we're all comfortable with our insurance agents working it out, and then we'll figure out what we have to do.
Our agenda is Friday. Is this something, assuming that the insurance people can talk to each other by then?
Right.
I mean, unless there are other changes, can you have a second draft or third or whatever number draft this is?
For me, it's 11, but for you guys, it'll be 3.
Depending on what I'm sure of, and plug in what you think
Yes.
the consensus was
Yes,
and get it to us by Friday.
I can.
That's doable?
No, it is doable, thank you.
We then, are we, if there is no more action tonight, and we've concluded this work, can we adjourn the joint meeting so we could go next door?
We could do that, I just would like to know when, well, Gene has a question first.
I have a question too. I want to move this concept approval pending the changes that you're going to make and the acceptance by Kurt of the contract. And discuss it
I'm not
again.
sure the concept is yet, absolute details, yes. I'd like to see it all in writing personally. But doesn't matter.
Okay, is it okay if Gene makes a statement, and then we can decide how to act on Sally's? Go ahead, Gene.
Okay. Joe, I don't understand why there's something in here about auto liability insurance of $1 million.
Well, I'll tell
Can
you.
you explain that to me?
Again, now this is where the insurance company should talk, but I'll
Yeah,
tell
but
you
he's never going to be driving a town vehicle.
No, but I'll tell you what the reasoning is.
Yeah, tell me.
What if he's going from town hall to the public charrette he arranged?
He's commuting.
Look, again, now I'm not the insurance agent, and there are some legal implications
I'm
to
not
those
liable.
things.
That's why you don't want to control his work.
He's a contractor, not.
That's right. I'm not liable.
I mean, what if a special prosecutor gets into an accident?
And I raised the
Right?
question for me, my answer to that question is it's in there because our treasurer and our insurance representative said we should have it.
Okay.
It's, again,
What
legislative decision.
Errors and omissions is for the work product?
Joe Moriello drives.
That's the idea, yeah.
Really?
Is he covered?
Yeah.
No, same thing.
Wow.
What about a special
In other words, it's not about whether the zoning that gets adopted is bad.
Do you think I'm confused?
I think the two insurance
I'm not
people
confused.
need to talk.
Yeah.
I think it's very strange, the same insurance company.
I know, it's okay.
different.
No, it's okay. Actually, the truth of that, it's not that strange. When I told Bob Stubbs what your insurance agent had said, he said he didn't have a problem with that insurance happening, okay? He didn't have a problem with it. He said that would be the standard insurance you would want. There was no problem. All he said, though, was, however, in this particular case, there's no liability to the town. Nobody's got, he goes, most of us, we care about bodily injury. We care about vehicles being smashed. We care about whatever. He goes, this is not a real liability, so it really doesn't matter, and we don't really care if you have it or not. We're not really looking for it. But he wasn't saying what your insurance agent recommended was necessarily inappropriate by any means. So we'll let them talk about it. So you're asking Sally for us to just take a basic overall vote of the two boards to basically in concept agree with the direction we're going in, right? That's what you're asking. Not for us to approve the contract tonight, just approve the conceptual direction we're going in.
Put it into final document.
Right.
Offer it to Kurt for
Right.
acceptance or rejection, and then next Wednesday, invite you all to
Because they tell you to go there.
Okay, so do you have a second?
Second.
Aye.
Okay, so the town, what motion was made was for Joe to basically take everything we said, put it into contract, let the contract be given to Tom, let Tom go talk to Kurt. Kurt hopefully approves it, and the next Wednesday, we're invited to go to the village board to look at the contract and agree to enter into it if we're so inclined to do it.
Do we need a resolution for that?
Yes, we do. They made a motion, and they voted on it. So I'll
So
move
moved.
it. Kevin moved it. Anybody-
Second.
Any discussion?
Tom, can I join you on Friday?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried.
And I will join Tom on Friday to meet with you.
Okay, so Tom, okay, Tom and Jeff will meet with Kurt at 12 o'clock to move this forward. Sure.
Meeting, if you wouldn't mind, we have one quick note, even discussion, vote to take, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I'll move that the village board authorize a bond resolution authorizing the issuance of a $55,000 aggregate principal amount serial bond to finance the cost of the acquisition of a dump truck for the village. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, that was efficient.
About the resolution.
Did you want
So
to
that's
discuss
what
this
happens, so
Thank
you'll have,
You're leaving
No need for
place.
discussion? All right. And Susan, with your permission,
Sure.
one more.
Sure, go ahead.
you could, and you kill somebody. Somebody is going to say that you
didn't
were
realize
working
the
within the
gesture.
scope of
I have
your
no peripheral
employment,
vision.
and therefore
I hereby
that
appoint
employee's liability
Karina
insurance is
Fabiano
at
as
risk.
Planning Board and Zoning Board Secretary at a rate of $15 per hour for 15 scheduled hours per week, and ask the village board's consent to said appointment.
I make a motion to approve this appointment by the board.
I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment that is to pay her
What's the union rate?
hours per week. And that those hours not spent with the planning board and with the ZBA be spent in the building department, organizing files and answering the phone.
Well, that's not now this is going to take time, so maybe we should go into discussion. Since we haven't worked out the exact hours or know how she's going to work, we can't really make that commitment yet. But my motion was simply to appoint her, and...
You could, I'm sorry, you could assess that situation after having made the appointment and make a
Yeah.
similar resolution.
We made that resolution with the first person who declined, so I wanted to say.
So I didn't accept it, which would mean it takes a supermajority of the board to overrule me, which means that you
No,
can't.
it just means that it takes a majority of the board to accept my amendment. So I'm moving my amendment.
Oh, for God's sake, Joe, which one is it?
No, I think because Jason made the motion,
He's right that he has the right not to accept the amendment.
Right, so now I'm moving.
You could move a different, you could make a, well, it's not an amendment, you really make, I hate to be a nudge,
His motion.
you're making a new motion.
So you have to vote on mine first. If it goes down, we can vote on yours. So is there a second to my motion?
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye?
Now you want me to amend it?
No, it depends on how Ariana votes.
Aye, yeah.
Then the motion carries. She's hired.
That's right in a parliamentary
It is
sense.
not right, and you are wrong. Robert's rules allow me to amend a motion.
They do.
And then you vote on the amendment, and then you vote on the main motion as amended. I'm sorry, you're wrong. And I'm going to ask for a revote because I want to vote on my amendment.
I would vote in favor of what Sally is saying. I just thought that the process.
Make a motion. Keeping in mind that the limited power the trustees have to direct how staff are used on a day-to-day basis.
Well, we have her in the budget, and this was discussed at budget time, since budgets are always a controversial topic in the village, and it was understood that she would spend time in the building department, and I am moving the amendment that I made. Rosanna, please.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Any discussion?
No, I want to understand. I would not want to give more than 2 minutes. Excuse me. So help me to understand that we're now writing a job description for this person.
This is what we've always talked about. This is where we hired the person who didn't accept. It was understood that she would spend so many, nobody knew how much time she would need for planning board and how much time she would need for ZBA.
I agree with that. We don't know in advance how many hours
Right.
she would have to allocate to planning. Isn't that correct? We don't know in advance.
Fluctuates depending on what happens.
So I guess the question that I would ask Jason, what's the anticipated allocation of her time when we, given that some weeks she's not going to have anything to do with the planning board or ZBA?
It's going to include building department time, planning board time, ZBA time.
That's my
I
amendment.
guess maybe some historic preservation or ENCC if applicable. But the motion that I objected to is that all the remainder of her time goes to this. There could be other things that she was doing.
She should not be doing historic preservation. They have the secretary.
There's a lot of overlap for a small organization.
So I'm going to stay with my amendment. And Ariana seconded.
Well, I would like to consider that it not be so precise. That is to say, there may be other activities that would be germane to her work other than doing files for...
No. I said the remainder of her time, not on planning, not on ZBA.
I got that.
Be spent with the building department.
So if the ENCC, for instance, is looking at a site plan that the planning board is reviewing and they need copies of it, she can help do that because it's part of what she would be doing in the building department. But it's not that she's doing work. It's like working with the ENCC in her role as building department secretary.
But I don't want her
Makes
doing
sense.
recycling downstairs. She should be in the building department helping with.
She'll do what she was hired to do, which is
That's
either
what I'm
planning and
trying to
zoning
do, to
secretary.
confine what she is being
I know
hired
it.
to do.
Yes, and I don't know what else to say besides the job description is there.
Okay. I think we need to.
So all right, so all in favor of Sally's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails. I move to adjourn the village board unless there's other village
No, you have
business.
to move on your main motion.
I already did it pass.
Yep, it was withdrawn because of the
It
foul
was not
up
withdrawn, it passed.
on a technical Robert's rules, your motion was
Sally, I'm not
amended.
gonna argue
Please
with
vote
this.
on
The
it.
motion passed.
It didn't.
That she's been hired.
Joe?
I mean, we did already vote and it
To hire her.
passed.
And it passed, and then we
But we withdrew
voted to
it, so it could be
clarify and it
amended.
failed.
No, we didn't, nobody withdrew that, nobody made any withdrawal.
I move to adjourn the meeting of the village board.
Second.
Any, I guess there's no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Since we're so interested in legal and illegal meetings, that was illegal.
Don't you guys have to go into executive session?
What?
Don't you have, no, you don't have something else?
That was.
That was it?
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
12 minutes, we're okay.
Never 10 seconds.
Thank you very much.
So Joe has to leave at
10
8:15.
village seconds, right?
We're done, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Night,
Hey, Joe,
Joe.
thanks, Joe.
And that we don't want.
Sorry,
Sorry you're late, thank you.
sorry we busted your evening.
Do you need a bunch of signatures? or-
I know.
Just mine.
I've hired lots of things.
Thank you, Jason.
What are you gonna do?
You'll see, Tom.
Thank you, Joe, so much for staying and helping us.
Tom, good night.
Thank you for whoever did the investigation
Thank
on
you.
it.
Jeffrey, noon,
Where?
start at my house,
We have to
24 Platte.
do our minutes for Rosanna, and we have to have our budget.
And we have to, okay, so let's see what we can zip through. Bye, Sally, bye, Ariana, thanks.
Bye.
Good night, Sally.
We also have the law, do we have to act on the
So-
law? If we're gonna act.
Okay, so just for the record, let's answer Dave's,
Well, we have a bunch of stuff we can go through, and I'm not gonna, yeah. I gotta go get the annual report and that stuff, so.
I will second those, except I think there's one that I did not attend. It was a special meeting.
yeah, absent Jean and Kevin, October 1st. So it was a very short one. I'll make a motion to approve.
Which one?
Okay, wait. So here's this one. Wait, I don't know if Jeff and Susan have seen them yet.
No, which one, October 1st?
Also, we continually refer to it as Woodland Ponds in the minutes, and I think it's Woodland Pond. There's no S.
It's
So,
one Golden
for the
Pond.
future, on Golden Wooden Woodland Pond.
Could you fix that for me?
So, yes, I vote yes on October 17th. And October 19th. Everybody was here. Yes. Accessory apartments, got all that. So I'm yes on September 19th. Yeah, good. What are just 3 sets? Right. I only have 3 altogether. Which one am I missing?
Yeah, what am I missing here?
I have that.
Don't you need,
1027.
don't you need input on that one section? Did you get that, Rosanna? On page 3, motion for the ENCB term? You have to know what the length of the term is? Okay, okay.
I'm sorry, so did you get your last one? 10-1?
10-1 is good.
Okay. You want to make that motion, Kitty?
Oh, 1024.
Oh, all in favor?
of 919, 1017, and 1029.
24, that's the one that we got the
Yes, aye.
Yes.
Now, Katie, would you like to make a motion for 10-1?
Yes, because 10-1 I
So
was there.
moved.
And second?
And Susan is the only other person here.
You got to vote, Susan, otherwise it doesn't carry.
Oh, you need me because they...
Because there was only the three of us. She says aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Okay. All righty. What else did you need, Rosa?
So,
Oh, here's that contract I was looking at.
so Jean,
Yes.
why does Dave Lent see a different fund balance than we do?
I don't know where Dave Lund got his fund
Okay, so Kitty, I agree with you. We should talk about this so
Yeah.
everybody knows.
Yeah.
And what I'm pointing out is,
What should we say?
The box.
The question about looking at past years and trying to...
Oh, I know.
Susan, you didn't have to do that.
No. What we want to know is what is our fund balance?
Our fund balance, you know what, Dave Lent used to be very good at reading this stuff, but unfortunately, I guess he can't read it as well as he used to. I'm sorry to say. However,
No. Here's the thing. What would Dave get?
what Dave got was...
Accurate fund balance.
How would he know?
wouldn't.
He couldn't,
He wouldn't.
unless he had access to our accounts.
What he did was he looked at the annual report, and he looked at what is listed as total liabilities and fund equity, which is $2.9 million. But he forgot the word liabilities and fund equity. Liabilities means money that, like in other words, payroll, that has to be accounted for, other things that have been, that are, quote, assigned.
Money that's owed.
Right. So in other words, when you look at where it says for the A fund, liabilities and fund equity, and this is a 2012 annual report, it says 2.949.
Okay, so, Susan, just
But the
to-
unassigned fund balance is 1.9.
So-
The appropriated is close to...
So let's just do this very clearly. And Gene, I'm reading from his paper here that says, the year-end 2013 A fund equity would be in the range of $3 million.
Where?
It's in
Bottom
number
figure he says.
7 of his submission. So just, it's very important for the public to understand that Gene and Susan and Jeff, the people who work, they know what they're doing when they were working on the budget. So his assertion...
Thank you, Kevin.
His assertion, and then, Gene, maybe you can also outline the best practices that you implement in preparing budgets. But he says in paragraph 7 that the year-end 2013 A fund equity will be in the range of $3 million, which is over 40% of the total 2014 budget, which is 4 times the recommended amount by the New York State Controller, right? And the tentative budget only uses $500K. So that's in paragraph 7. So what you're saying, Susan, is he was looking at the $2.9 million number, which is a combination of 2 items, correct?
It's liabilities and fund equity. It's not the unassigned fund balance.
Okay.
And in the liabilities and fund equity, so for example, if you go, what I was looking at the 2012 one, going over it with the accountant, where we saw what our estimated fund balance was, but then she said we had 6 more payrolls at $792,000. We had a retirement of $567 we had to pay, a retirement of $308,000 that we still had to pay, and other expenses that are liabilities where that money is basically reserved. So even though it's, quote, in the fund, the fund balance, it's reserved money that is appropriated for something else, and at some point will be spent, so you can't touch that money or use that money. So, for example, okay, so like, for example, in the A fund, where there's certain things like sales tax, high priority grant, Millbrook grant, different things, that money is already reserved for, so you can't touch that money.
Are these anticipated, Gene, expenses or actual expenses?
Do These are known
expenses that we put a dollar value on.
Yes, and then you have accruals.
Okay.
And can we use your term, we also, there's encumbered in there also. So I think known, Gene is including all of the known financial terms. So we have encumbered dollars in there, which are dollars we've already spent, but they're still going to be reflected as us having them because we have not realized that expense yet.
Okay.
And also known expenses that we have budgeted.
So we're saying in answer to that specific question that he was looking at the wrong number.
I would say in answer to that question that I wish he was right. We had $3 million in our fund balance, and if we did, we would have reduced taxes 10 to 15% because this board would never have so much money in the fund balance that goes beyond the controller's goals and responsibilities, and we would have given back an incredible tax break. But $3 million is the total fund, total liabilities and fund equity. The unassigned fund balance is 1.9. The assigned fund balance is the difference. That's assigned for other things that basically are we have to spend, and that money will not be there at the end of the year.
Right.
Out of that 1.9, which will be there at the end of the year, we're taking $500,000 out of that.
Leaving us
because
1.4.
we're already over the 20% that the controller wants, and so therefore that money needs to go back to the taxpayers and give them the tax break that they deserve, which is what we're giving them.
It'll leave us 15%. We already looked at it.
Actually,
Okay, so-
19.5.
Was it 19.5?
19.5%.
So I hope that that explanation goes back to Dave so that he knows exactly we're in full compliance with everything that we should be doing. That's
Is this going to be in our minutes? I mean,
it should be in the minutes.
be in the
I think just recording since it was a public hearing, I would like to get a sort of record of the response.
Well, then I think we should maybe give Rosanna a copy of the questions and keep the answers really, really brief.
Right.
Okay, so
And she
let's do
can
that.
add it to the minutes as an addendum.
Okay.
But not necessarily include it within the body of her minutes.
I want to start off with the
I don't
one
have a copy
first,
of the question.
that I find it really interesting that all of a sudden we're getting challenged on the format that we're using for the budget, and that we're being told that this budget is not transparent.
Okay.
Kitty, how long have you been on this
Well,
board?
what I will say is that it's so much better than it was. And, every year I've been on this board, I have learned what we did wrong the year before. And so, what Mike Russo was saying about narrative explanations of things, if that's possible, I think it's a good idea, but I don't know where that would actually go.
Yeah, that's all fine and great. I'm sorry, but this format that you like now
Right.
is actually in full compliance with the New York State Comptroller's Office. I did notice 2 years ago when I came and I was sitting in on your budget hearings, and you had those big sheets, you were not in compliance with the State Comptroller's Office. But this one, the way it's laid out, is. Now, Saugerties, if you wanted to do, several prior years' actual expenditures, you could. You can. But you can't turn it into the state. This is what you have to turn into the state, and we are fully compliant.
And
And this was the budget that when I came in 1996, this is the budget I was given to. Dave Lent had done the last budget. This was the format that I was given back in 1996. This is the format I did, and every supervisor since me, except for maybe the last supervisor, I can't talk about that, but I certainly know every other supervisor except for the last one.
Okay,
This is
but
the format, this is the compliance.
Okay, what I want to understand, well, we should probably take Dave Lent's questions.
Let's go to
and
number
let's just
one.
go-
Let's go to
let's
number
with
one.
that.
Can I see
Gene,
them?
could you give us a very short,
brief?
succinct answer to number one?
Sure.
This is a highway.
The salary for the highway superintendent and the secretary are both in DA 522-5010, and that's because that's where it belongs. The highway superintendent and his secretary actually work town-wide. not for the town outside of Village. That's why they're in the DA fund and not the DB. It's the only expense. No, there is one more. Bridges. Bridges is for town-wide and also goes in the DA. And those are the two allowable expenses.
Now, before, I just want to remember, the reason why it's also in the DA is because everybody, including the village residents, vote for the highway superintendent. So it's not just the town outside the village residents that vote. Everybody votes for him, and that's why it's in the DA by law.
And I noticed that nobody here tonight commented on the fact that we moved snow plowing from you would think that you would get a comment like that.
Thanks.
Like, thanks for reconciling things the way they should be, right?
Okay.
But go ahead, number 2.
Okay.
Also, just a comment, though, that just so everyone knows, by law, towns, villages are not allowed to own bridges. By state law, only towns can maintain bridges, villages cannot maintain bridges.
Right.
So that's also why it belongs there, too.
How about number 2?
Number 2. Number 2, the salary line for the supervisor includes the supervisor and the supervisor's secretary, not town board members.
But what Dave is saying, I think...
So first of all, $50,000 is not the remuneration for the supervisor, and it's on the last page of the budget on the salary schedule, what the supervisor's actual salary is.
I think it's like $50,993.
And that did come up from, I think it was Mike Russo, thought that the salaries should be outlined, and it's actually the last page of the budget where it outlines every elected officials and every appointed official, and then all of the civil service positions are public, so if you were to go online, you could find that.
Okay, Gene.
Okay, so let me just...
Yes.
And how about the second part of that question?
Let me answer that part, though, because
Good.
the salary is $50,786.
Okay.
Okay, that's the salary. A number of years ago, after I was here the first time, but some years ago, there's money for social services. We do the work for social services where we have to review every case that comes in and report and review, and then approve it to go back up to the county. So there's a stipend in there that at some point got split between the supervisor and the supervisor's assistant for that extra work. So there is an extra $3,000, that's it. Last year, or in the past, and Kitty and Jeff could talk to that, supposedly there was money for a supervisor in the budget line for chief budget officer. I think what that was, and I think it might have been a confusion, was for the community partnership grant. There's money in the budget officer line because they run their payroll through the town and we reconcile everything. At one point, I think it was thought, and maybe that money was given to the past supervisor, I don't know, but that money is actually for reimbursement to our budget officer for the work that gets done. So the supervisor does not get, basically, I get my $50,786, and then the extra $3,000 for social services. I do not get paid whatsoever in the budget line for a budget officer. That doesn't exist.
Okay.
But I think it is important. I mean, maybe there is no way that we can add these notes, but I think it would be good just for continuity and institutional memory to say the reason that budget officer line was in there is that we had a 5-year, whatever that grant is, the, community partnership grant, in which we do have to track the hours that are donated essentially by the town supervisor, who is our chief budget
No, but
officer.
that ended up being a confusion, that it was thought that that money was in there and that the supervisor was supposed to spend so many hours, and that was reimbursement for the supervisor. That was not, because that was the first thing I checked when I got in here, because I knew that was
Well, that's what was in the grant that was approved.
No, I think what it ended up being is it's actually the money for the bookkeeper.
No, that's not what it was.
Well,
In the grant,
It got checked when we first got in.
it got transferred to the bookkeeper. So just before I leave forever, the original grant amount was based on a supervisor's salary, and the community partnership estimated it at $70,000 because they included benefits in it. So, and she was and is our chief budget officer, and then after we actually got the grant, it was transferred to the bookkeeper. So, but, I think it is just good to clarify that if people see this chief budget officer thing, to say that's where it comes from.
Did the past supervisor, though, actually get extra money?
No, it was prorated out of her salary.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, what this is saying is, there's a belief that there was a line in the budget that was extra money for the
Right,
supervisors
that is
to
a
get paid.
misunderstanding.
Yes, that's the point
Right.
I'm trying to make,
Right.
is that that's not true.
Right.
Okay, some supervisors do that. They pay themselves out of the supervisor's line, and then they add a chief budget officer line, and they pay themselves out of that, and then they would have the social services line, and they would pay themselves out of that. That might be the confusion, because that happens in other towns.
Well, it happens in our town. It does.
No, we don't have a chief budget.
But we have a social services,
Yes,
you
but-
and Carol.
Yes, but we
each
don't pay,
act.
but we don't pay. Jean's right about the fact that I could get paid as a supervisor, and I can also get paid as a chief budget officer.
Right.
We don't do that in this town.
Right, but we do the
Yes.
social
Well,
services.
we've been doing that for how long, though?
Social services?
Long before me.
Forever.
Yeah,
It was there when I came on.
Okay.
yes, it's long
Right,
before
but
me.
it was- Originally,
Okay,
there was,
number three.
there was a whole different employee who did that.
All right, so that's something that's
administration expenses.
But he's wrong.
No, we do. It's an administration contractual expense.
have 4, correct?
Actually, no, one could say that we could have chosen to spend money, and actually, we could have gone up to a 2% tax cap, and we could have spent a lot more money, and we could have given all the employees raises.
my
We
point-
could
my
have
point about the fund
decided to do a little bit more infrastructure improvement. There's a lot of things we could have done. We chose not to do that and give a tax break to the people.
But what we did was, we looked at the fund balance that we have, and we're utilizing it in the proper way.
That's right.
We actually took more of the fund balance than we initially thought would be appropriate, so that we could deliver a greater tax reduction, correct?
What happened was, when we did our annual report last year, to understand what kind of financial ground we were on. It took so long, 18 months, for the controller and the outside auditor to get it together, that we've now finally settled the one contract with UPSU. We're in the midst of trying to work now on the Teamsters and the police. A lot of it is dependent on medical insurance right now, so we are in contract negotiation, but we're starting to look at the medical insurance and where we're going to go. And so we have to put money aside because we have 3 years of contracts that we're going to have to do back pay, so we have money put aside for that too. So yes, the contingency is higher. It was about 180 last year. We still have that 180 for contingency, but we added extra money in for the buildings and for the contract settlement, and that's responsible.
Okay, it's a great explanation then. Now, Gene, in terms of your practice of looking at expenditures to date and then coming up with a number going forward, it seems to me that you can explain that.
I really have something important to point out. It was brought up that as of October 13th,
where the LoSAP payments are made. Do we?
Right
the-
person here to ask.
What's
There's-
LoSAP?
And
right
here
Okay.
she is.
So in the payment to the village, in the
use that contract as leverage for financing. So I'm just thinking in the future, they may want to do that.
Well, I'm just pointing out.
They wouldn't actually be financing. It would be the village, wouldn't it?
No,
Why?
no, because...
It's not the fire company, it's the village.
No, but the fire company owns that land out there.
That's only if they're built there.
No, but if they did build there,
Well, then it's the fire company, and it won't be the village and the town.
We wouldn't pay for it, the company.
We wouldn't.
my point is that it would be built by the company, but they would have the cash flow established by a longer-term contract to support a loan to build it.
The rent would go through the roof. The rent would, forget it.
What rent? paying the same amount. It's just because so much of the property that's tax exempt is in the village, it's those small group of taxpayers in the village and the larger group of taxpayers outside the village that are subsidizing the number of calls to Woodland Ponds, the number of calls to the college. And that's just for ambulance, fire as well, and police as well. So as we move forward into next year to try to
98 when Tom Nyquist and I,
the high school? I thought our rec
Yeah, but then
department...
I thought that was
it was
through the school district.
The school did it, but
The school does it. The school does
the
it.
school did it?
county road.
Okay.
The school does it.